audio? Great. Check 1 2. I'm right in the same spot we started at. Check 1 2 3. Check, 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 check. I'm waiting to find out. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Thank you. He said it sounds good.
You tell them to get. You tell you're someone stationed at the auto mixer.
Get someone stationed at the auto mixer. Hey guys, Steve is requesting a body at the auto mixer here by the ceremony. Someone's on the way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sunday's finals here at round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Coming to you live from downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, it's the Red River Rumble. At this time, I could please ask all fans here on site and wherever you are across the world, could you please rise for the presentation of our colors by the Houghton High School, JROTC. Led by Chief Leroy Brown, and presenting the colors, Captain Cadet Noah Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to turn things over to IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series Chaplain, leader of Legacy Powerboat Ministries, Mr. Lori Vidal. Lori, take it away.
It's a beautiful day in Shreveport, Louisiana. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day, and we thank you for the opportunities we've had to do just this, to see exciting, dynamic racing. And we ask you now to watch over everything that happens here today. May we have a great time of enjoying one another in this beautiful setting. And we also ask for protection as we compete at this high level of racing. And we are so thankful for this opportunity to be here. And I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lori Vidal, please stay standing as now, singing our national anthem, the one and only Miss Meredith Jones.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Meredith Jones and the Houghton JROTC color guard, again led by Captain Noah Falcon.
Tell us one more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Let's get ready to rock and roll here for round 3 and crown a champion in all 4 classes here at the Red River Rumble, round 3 of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Again, as you've heard all season long and will continue for the rest of the 2026 season, I am Thomas Yarber. They call me the Noise of the North. Alongside my partner here in 2026, Tim Siebold, we're going to bring you live broadcasts of the final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull, the final qualifying heat in Formula One, and then we move on to the championship round for all 4 classes here at the Red River Rumble as we wrap up an absolutely fantastic weekend here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing. Hey, how are you doing there, wherever you are across the world? Thanks so much for joining us again here for round 3. Again, for those of you who are here in Shreveport-Bossier, we thank you so much for coming down and being a part of the Red River Rumble here in 2026. The water is perfect. The weather is fantastic. A little bit overcast. Perfect for our drivers. Perfect for our fans as we look to crown a champion here in round number 3. Coming up first is going to be the final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. And that has been an absolute doozy all weekend long. These guys are all over each other in points. The 69 of Cole Waring coming in to round number 3 with a nice lead over the rest of the field here in Tri-Hull. And he's had some solid performances here this weekend. Can he find that magic here in heat number 3, get himself on the pole, and force everybody to chase down the series leader here as they fight for the title at the Red River Rumble? Again, we got 14 drivers here in Tri-Hull from all across the United States. We got a couple of new drivers here on the 26th calendar making their debut here in 2026. They're looking to shake things up and maybe throw a wrench in some of the point standings for some of those top drivers, the likes of the brothers Rinker, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 26 of Briston Sherman, and our series points leader, the 69 in that Walker Engineering Burnshausen Oil sponsored entry, the 69 of Cole Waring. Now, the Tri-Hull, for those of you who are unable to join us yesterday, there's the 17 of Neil Marsh. They call him the dude, the man out of Hemlock, Michigan, sponsored by every single business in and around the greater Hemlock community. They really bond together to make sure the 17 of Neil Marsh can bring as much hardware possible back to the great state of Michigan. The Maple Grill, Sefton Financial, Warden Brothers, and all the other fantastic sponsors he's got there on the side of that blue and white with orange trim, number 17. He's multi-time series champion here in Tri-Hull. He's got that smile underneath the visor. I see that smile, Neil, as he's getting ready to go locked in here for the final qualifying heat in Tri-Hull here at the Red River Rumble. Let's take a look at points through Saturday here in the Tri-Hull class. No surprise, he continues to push the 10 of Tanner Rinker. After a couple of solid performances in qualifying heat numbers 1 and 2, 87 points through 2 qualifying heats. But right behind him, just 1 point back, is that number 17 of Neil Marsh sitting in second. And then the 69 of Cole Waring, just 4 points off the lead here through 2 qualifying heats, is the 69 of Cole Waring. Then it's the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 26 of Briston Sherman. Boy, Tim, I'm starting to see a consistent theme here in all of our classes. The points are tight, and this final heat is really going to be big for that starting grid later on this afternoon here in Tri-Hull.
It sure is. And then look at number 6. That's Aaron Green in the 63 boat, our Heat 2 winner.
Absolutely. He's starting to move his way up the ranks here. He's got 71 points, so he's only 16 points off the lead here for the qualifying. If something happens, you might see the 63 of Aaron Green even in one of those top 2 rows here in this 2x2 rolling start.
Typical Tri-Hull, we don't know what's going to happen. So, but we do know that the fast guys are going to be at the end for the start. So they're going to have to drive through the field if they want to be on pole.
Absolutely. Well, we had some qualifying heats run earlier. First was back-to-back qualifying heats in the Talent Cup. As we take a look at qualifying heat number 3, boy, the 77, number 77, the San Antonio native, of Colton Shane got out early in qualifying heat number 1. So important is that clear water, Tim, and he really used to advantage here in qualifying heat number 2 earlier on today.
I'll tell you, the guy, though, Jackson, he is looking fantastic in that number 36.
Absolutely. You see there early, the 24 of Addie Love having to go way wide. Then we see one of the series directors, that's John Schubert, trying to help out the number 69 of Luke Brown. He was taking on a ton of water in that boat. They had to pull off the field in qualifying heat number 3, unable to start heat number 3. He was frustrated with that. But here comes heat number 3, and that's again where we saw that 36 of Jackson Cressy just nail the start. 2 out of 3 heats. He's got 2 wins. He's going to find himself on the pole for the main event later on today. He's got that young driver out of Freeport, Texas. Got to be excited considering it's his first ever race here in the Talent Cup.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, nice and smooth in the corners, and his boat's set up perfectly. So every time they come back over the backwash, you notice his boat stays in the water and keeps the momentum going forward.
Yeah, and then you see there, that's the 77 of Colton Shane and the 24 of Addie Love doing battle, and that's the one driver that you've got to watch out for, the 24 of Addie Love, because she could pull a rabbit out of her hat and go 2 wins in a row here through the first 2 rounds of Talent Cup. Then we went to the Formula Lights. Reverse order of points finished. The 12 of Jack Schubert struggled off the dock, but you know who didn't? The 01 of Jake McKee, the series points leader, did what series points leaders do. They got out early in the crucial time, and he ran it all the way to victory. But that didn't mean there were battles all over the course. The 21 of Mendana and the 52 of Dumford were all over each other, all heat race, Tim. Boy, they really put on a show.
They battled the whole time. It kind of let Jake get a little bit away from him. But you know, number 24, Shelby, I think she had some trim problems in that last heat. So we are getting ready for a heck of a final in Formula Lights. There's 4 or 5 of them that could win the race.
Absolutely, and we did find out that the 01 of Jake McKee barely missed out on pole position. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach is going to be the man on the pole. And what does that show? That shows that consistency is key. Mark may have not been the top dog in any of the heats, but he was always there in the mix. He's going to find himself on the pole, and I can imagine the rest of the drivers in Formula Lights, that's the last thing they want to see is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach sitting on pole.
That's right, because he is consistent. He starts consistent, so he's going to be, if he's on pole, he's going to guide the beat.
Absolutely, but that's the man right there that took heat number 3. He's
and
pushing
he looked
hard.
fast.
Yeah, he did, and it was very, very close between those two. Actually, the 3rd and 4th place boats separated by 11 elapsed seconds with the same exact points through qualifying. What a fantastic run it was to wrap up qualifying there in Formula Lights. We'll see their 15 minutes plus 1 lap final a little bit later on this afternoon after we wrap up the final qualifying here in Tri-Hall and Formula One.
Well, now we got the wild men coming back out. So this is the 3rd heat, which I call the equalizer. So when you're getting the points in the first 2 heats, that's one thing. But that final heat that you're running in, that's what really gives you your starting position. Right now you've worked up to it. You're sizing up the competition. But one thing's for sure, the Red River is going to be rumbling.
Oh, it'll definitely be rumbling. As glassy as that water is now, give it about 1/2 of a lap here in Texas Tri-Hall, and they will be bumping and grinding out there. Let's take a look at our 2x2 lineup here for Tri-Hall heat number 3. So the 13 of Jared Shelton, he's actually a rookie, so we're going to put him back in the pack. One of our rules here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. So the 88 of Josh Wells is going to be the inside of row 1, followed by the 54 of Darren Ware, possibly the 3 of Austin Terry up there in row 1 or 2. Then it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, the 56 of Clint Dillard, covering up row 3 there. Then the 33 of John Ottinger in that John Deere Green machine, followed by the Rise Fitness 63 of Aaron Green. He won the last heat. Can he do it again? Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman, followed by the 37 of Mason Rinker. Rounding out row 5, followed by our top points leaders here through 2 qualifying heats, and it's really tight. That's the 69 of Cole Waring, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and then again the 12 of Evan LaBeouf. Gonna fill up that last row with the 13 of Jared Shelton, as those 2 rookies still haven't earned their stripes yet, Tim. I know it's a bit unique. A lot of other racing series may or may not do this, but I think we find that it helps them learn. It helps them get comfortable as rookies. And once we turn them loose, we've found that, boy, their performance really elevates when we give them that buffer period to allow themselves to get comfortable here in the tri-hull class.
Well, we want it to be a safety factor, too. We want them to be safe out there, their competitors to be safe. So we don't want a rookie to go out, freeze up in the first corner, and cause a traffic jam. They already have that. It's already so tight out there anyway for tri-hull. So we just want to keep everybody safe, and that's why we do it. And it's a learning experience. Once they go through 5 or 6 starts, then all of a sudden they know what it's about, they know the procedure, and it keeps everybody a lot safer.
Absolutely, and we do that for all classes, and it does not matter how much racing you've done in other classes. If you remember back earlier on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we had the 93 of RJ West, a dominant force in Formula Lights for many years, and throughout that season we had coined the phrase #not a rookie, but he still had to follow those rookie procedures because we recognize just because you had success in one class doesn't mean that's going to perfectly translate, and we've, again, got to make sure they're safe out there on the water.
Well, it's just, the boats handle different. The competitors are different. You don't know the competitors. And that is as much part of racing as picking the right prop.
Absolutely. All right, we've got all of our boats down there at the south end of the course, just underneath the train bridge here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, as we're looking to wrap up qualifying here for tri-hulls. And they set their starting lineup for the main event in that class later on this afternoon. We're going to run 7 laps. Oh, looks like we've got one of our boats out there. That might be the 4-stroke powered 13 of Jared Shelton, or potentially, is that the 03 of Austin Terry, who lost his cowling yesterday? For those of you who joined us on Saturday's qualifying, the 69 of Cole Waring and the 03 of Austin Terry were flying out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course, and Waring came barreling down on the motor cowling of the 3 at Austin Terry, pitched it into the water, and I believe it's now down at the bottom of the Red River, unfortunately for the young driver out of Houma, Louisiana. There is the 13 of Gerald Shelton running for Captain Mark Seafood. Had a chance to talk to Gerald and get some insight of what it's like on a rookie out there. And one of the things that was very interesting to me, Tim, is Gerald said, you really have to allow the boat, and you were talking about this yesterday, to kind of do its own thing. You can't be rigid and try to force it to where you want to go, especially here in Texas Tri-Hull when you're hitting 2- and 3-foot waves every second of the course. He said that's the biggest learning curve for me, is just allowing the boat to do what it wants to do and just kind of controlling what it's doing, and with that feel on the wheel and in his butt. He said it's a learning curve. He's getting better at it, and he's excited to continue to start pushing once he get that rookie status pulled off.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because it's not that the driver needs to learn the boat.
Right.
It's not the boat's set up and needs to learn the driver, because they all handle a little bit different, and you got to know the characteristics of your setup.
Absolutely. Especially with how rough things get here in the tri-hull, if you're super rigid and trying to hold it in there, at the end of the day, I don't know too many human beings who can outmuster the strength of a large quantity of water. Water is hard, it is strong, and it is fierce. And so you just kind of got to let the boat flow with the water, and let's see if that's going to happen for maybe a couple of our drivers on top. Oh, no, it looks like they might be pulling the reins off the 13 of Jared Shelton here in the final heat.
He might have enough races under his belt.
He has his rookie status removed. Boy, maybe that conversation that we had this morning is going to come into play here. But I'm very curious. The outside of row 1 is the 03 of Austin Terry. No rear motor cowling. Things get dicey and they get mixed up here. Is he going to struggle to keep that motor running with no rear cowling?
Yeah, and virtually that's impossible to drive a tri-hull race without getting wet down.
Yeah,
only one place you can do that.
And that's out in front.
That's right. And
normally,
that's only for a little while.
Right, and normally in the finals, even the leaders end up getting doused down trying to get by some of the back markers. But hopefully the 03 of Austin Terry, I can imagine his father, Dustin Terry, Formula One driver, is like, hey, Austin, you don't have an engine cowling. Get out in front early, would you please? Let's see if we can't get this thing to the final and try to collect some good points for the young driver out of Houma, Louisiana.
Well, we know this first lap is going to be rough as they cut back over the wakes.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. We had a couple go completely airborne going over the top of these wakes. All right, jet ski chairs off. Here we go. Green flag is underway. A nice run there by the 303 of Austin Terry as he's decked it down with the 13 of Jared Shelton.
Oh, wow.
Here comes Mason Rinker up the middle, splitting the crowd as he is just flying down in lane number 4 as they go down into the south end of the course, and they are all over each other.
Gerald Shelton keeping the 13 right on the pin.
Oh, look at there.
He's looking good.
He got by the 03 of Austin Terry for the first time in his career. The 13 of Jared Shelton finds himself out in front in that Captain Marks machine. Then you got the 54 of Darren Ware right up on top of the 03 of Austin Terry and the rest of them. Oh, no. Oh, boy, look out there. The 56 of Dillard gets into the buoy. The 69 of Waring slammed into the back of the 33 of Ottinger. Boy, Tim, this weekend it seems like Cole Waring loves tagging the motors of his competitors here. That's the second rear cowling he's knocked off in 2 days.
Well, there's a good thing he ain't buying them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing to me if you can stay out of that muck in the opening lap.
Mason Rinker almost goes over. He gets caught between Briston and Cole.
Oh, no, looks like we got the red flag out on the course. Oh, no, Mason Rinker sinking down in turn number 2 on the south end of the course. The driver is out. The driver is out. Oh, no, you see the IHRA rescue team in the water immediately. There in just merely seconds. Giving the thumbs up is the 37 of Mason Rinker. And, oh, that has got to be frustrating for a driver who was top 5 in points. He was hunting for a series championship. He was close last year, Tim. This has got to be frustrating because he doesn't have a whole lot of time to try to dry that thing out and see if he can't get it back on the water for the final.
Well, I'm sure they'll be able to get that thing back together, depending on what the damage is.
All right, let's take a look at replay have down there in turn 1. So there's 33 of Ottinger in the green, and he gets Waring gets on top of his deck. Oh no, he gets sandwiched between the both of them. And then it looks like they just pushed the boat down with all that extra weight, and it just flooded the cockpit or the cavity inside that boat.
Flooded the back end. I don't think there was a boat on the course besides number 13 that didn't get in that.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. The 17 of Neil Marsh took it bad, too. The 56 of Dillard goes over his motor, and he also landed on top of Rinker.
Zola was in there at one point.
Wow, look at how quick the 37 of Mason Rinker gets out. And that highlights how much we focus and train our drivers to get out of these cockpits, get out of those 6-point safety harnesses. He was out at an instant before that cockpit even went underwater. Looks like he's okay, but boy, it's great to see these drivers practice or employ what they've practiced in these dangerous situations where we have somebody like 37 of Mason Rinker going over down there in turn 1.
Well, it's muscle memory. So what you want to do is you want to go through the training. We do capsule training, or we put the drivers in a capsule. We turn it over in a pool so that way they can practice getting out. Now, we certify that they can get out. So you like to see that because you got to be able to do that without thinking about it. It's got to be, natural muscle memory.
And I love the fact that, even the guys who've been doing this for 20-plus years, in the likes of Jeff Reno or a rookie like the 52 of Addison Dumford, they both have to continually go through that training on a year-by-year basis. So you can't just get capsule trained 10 years ago and have that be valid forever. And it shows right there as how quickly the 37 of Mason Rinker got out. All right, we're going to reset the course. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors here at the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Samstown Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Samstown Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Samstown Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table. My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans. Boy, a couple laps in and chaos has already ensued here in the final qualifying heat in Tri-Hall. Let's take a look at that replay again that saw the 37 of Mason Rinker go over down in turn number 1. Boy, Tim, it was just there was so much spray and they're all wadded up on each other.
Chain reaction.
We almost lost 2 of them. The 69 of Cole Waring, I don't know how he didn't go over either.
Well, and look at 17. Neil his motor got run over.
Yeah, and yet he still pulled away. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any residual damage on that 17 of Neil Marsh, because that's the 2nd race in a row in the 3rd and final qualifying. He found himself in that type of situation. Him, the 37 of Mason Rinker, and the 69 of Cole Waring were all involved in a similar style wad up down in a turn in Port Neches at the last round, and here they are again in Heat 3 because they know this is such a crucial heat to get that best starting order for the main event later today.
Not only for the starting of a final, but also every single point counts. You can see how tight the points are right now, and it makes every difference in the world of every single heat.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see what happens and how things get shooken up. I know the 37 of Mason Rinker definitely on the outside looking in now, having to get that boat back on the trailer, get it dried out. And the Tri-Hulls put in at the boat ramp just south of downtown here in Shreveport. So I'm curious, how are they going to get that boat all the way down to the trailer there, or are they going to try to hook it up on the crane and drain it first before they try to haul that boat back downriver?
Well, hopefully they can get it over to the crane dock, and there's a beach right there, so they might be able to dry it out some there, so that way they can get it all the way down to Stoner Park and pull it out.
Absolutely. Now you can see here, this is a 33 of John Ottinger. Duct tape, a boat racer's best friend in a pinch, but the motor cowling going off after colliding with the 69 and Cole Waring, and it looks like the underbow on that 69 Walker Engineering Burnshausen oil machine is going to be rainbow painted colors. It's going to have black, yellow, all the different colors of any motor cowling that they have here in Tri-Hall. We're going to have to find a nickname for Cole Waring now. He loves to take out those motor cowlings.
Yeah, and you can see he's not doing it on purpose, but they just get so jammed up in the corners on those single pin turns.
And it's the most frustrating thing for the drivers and the most exciting thing for the fans.
It sure is. That's why the trials are a fan favorite, because of the chaos.
It is. You can't even really call it controlled chaos at times, because sometimes I don't know how much control they have when they go 4 or 5 wide in the corners like that and just all get wadded up together.
That may be the first time we've had a driver not go over and got wet.
Yeah, the boat never went over. It just got so much weight from all those other boats on top of him, just pushed him underneath the water and sank him. But hey, how about the manufacturing of these Tri-Hulls? There's the 13 of Jared Shelton. He has got to be real frustrated with that restart, because he had a great start, got around the 03 of Austin Terry, and he was running away from the field.
Well, the good point is he's still back in position 1. So he's on pole, and he'll be on the inside. So he'll still have an advantage there. He just needs to make sure that he nails the start.
Yeah, the question is, who of those top drivers that are jammed together in those top 5 points so far here through qualifying, which one of those snuck out the best and was able to move up their starting order here? Because we did complete laps, so the starting order is not going to be necessarily what it was at the start of the race. So now the 13 of Jared Shelton's got some of those faster drivers much closer to him here on this restart in the third and final qualifying heat in Tri-Hull. All right, looks like we're just waiting for word from Chief Referee Doug Ray so we can bring him down the back stretch, swing him back around the north end of the course, and get back underway here with the 5 or 6 laps remaining in this third qualifying heat in Tri-Hull.
So the starting order is off of their running order that they had. So they made enough laps where they could do that. Otherwise, if you only make 1 lap, it's got to go back to the previous lap, and then they would have been starting in their original order.
Right.
But that's not the case.
No, I think the 13 of Shelton and the 03 of Austin Terry is like, guys, why couldn't you have done this on the opening lap like you did last race? So at least we could have the same starting order and we'd have those fast guys all the way as far back as possible. But it is what it is, and we'll have to see, can the 13 of Jared Shelton get another cracker start here in this rolling 2x2? Or will the 03 of Austin Terry figure something out after relinquishing on the opening lap to the 13 of Jared Shelton? We'll have to wait and see here, but it looks like we've got everybody back there now. I just heard that sounds like exactly what you said, Tim. We aren't able to speak with the 37 of Mason Rinker because they got the boat on the beach, and they're working to try to get that thing drained and dried out so he can get it back to the trailer and get it prepped for the final here later today.
Well, they got a fantastic Rinker crew, so I'm sure that they'll be scrambling. They've got 3 boats in the races this weekend, 2 Tri-Hulls, 1 Formula One, and then they've got a family member that runs the Formula Lights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that's the way boat racing, Ben. It is a family affair. And what I love, when you say family here in the boat racing world, it doesn't necessarily mean you're blood related, right? The family extends well beyond your actual, blood-related family. Everybody here treats each other like their brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles. If they need anything, they're all for it. Oh, there we go. And look at here. So they do have the boat up near the shore there. That's Pat Keller, one of our rescue guys. He's our jumper, trying to help the 37 of Mason Rinker get that boat somewhere where they can try it out. I can imagine the weight of dragging that thing completely full of water is got to be immense for our IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series rescue team.
Well, the thing you got to do is you got to have the boat upright in order for it to be able to be towed in. So they're working on that. They're trying to balance it out because of all the weight that's in there with the water. They'll get it pulled up, and then they can actually go and do some work on it.
I love that the 37 of Mason Rinker, even though he needed to get a boat out of the water, he made sure to get the helmet off and get a baseball hat on before he got jumped back in the water. Hey, got to protect the dome from the sun.
And, the other factor that they have to work with is the current.
Yeah.
So they got to, the rescue team, the IHRA rescue team, they're the best in the business. And
hands down.
That's Jared just pulling them in right now. So.
Oh, no, that actually looks like it's one of the team members from Rinker Racing. So we have a backup.
I think that's Chris, isn't it?
It very well could be. We have a backup. Okay, we have a backup jet ski here on the IHRA series just in case our primary jet ski, which we use as a pace boat, goes down. Looks like they're allowing him to utilize that jet ski to try to get it somehow righted. Well, the other thing we got to worry about, right? The Red River here is not a massively deep body of water. There could be sandbars. There could other things under the water. The last thing you want to do is tow that thing for any longer than you have to completely submerged. You really want to try to get as much of that back up on top of the water. But, boy, that's seeming to be very, very difficult. But looks like they're starting to figure it out.
Right now the Red River's around 14 feet, so which makes the water very, very calm and cuts the current down. So these are great water conditions for us to race on. It's always difficult water conditions when you got a boat upside down.
Look at there. So I would imagine they yanked the plug out of the back to just try to get as much water to drain through. But pretty impressive job there. The 37 of Mason Rinker, not only a great driver, but he's great to get his boat back out of the water once it goes over, as they're now going to have the slow trek down to the park to get that thing back on the trailer, and then the clock begins. Do they have enough time to get it dried out, get it refired, and ready to go for the finals? That's right. Well, good luck to them getting that thing back in there. Yeah, that's going to be a long, slow roll, because the boat landing down there at the park is not just 100, 200 yards downriver from where we're racing here. It's a little bit of a jaunt, and so they're going to have to take their time, make sure they're safe with the boat, make sure they don't damage anything, because that motor still is completely underwater, and that's the one thing that you really want to get out of the water sooner rather than later. Well, looks like the IHRA rescue team is making their way back out on the course, which is a good sign, because that means that we're going to return to racing very soon. Absolutely. We've got them all lined up there on that would be the west side of the river, the Bossier side of the river, and they're going to go down the Bossier side like they have all weekend long, sweep around the Formula One course north, turns 3 and 4, and that'll bring them back down. And the waves were a little better. I think they all realized maybe we don't go too fast until we get way down to the north end to catch back up for our 2x2. But it's still, there was definitely a few rollers going through there on the opening lap. Well, what Jared's trying to do is get them on plane. If they're on plane, that makes the smallest wake. Yeah, because, the wide body of these tri-hulls, when they're not on plane, has to push so much water around, and hopefully... All right, Jared's starting to bring them down. They're moving down the back straightaway. All right, let's take a look at our new lineup here for the third and final heat. So again, that front row the same. On the inside of row 1, the 13 of Jared Shelton, and then it's the 03 of Austin Terry, the 88 of Wells, and the 54 of Ware in row 2. But look at the 69 of Cole Waring. He's now up in row 3. He's moved up 2 rows. Nobody else wants to see the 69 of Waring up that high. Well, he's still got number 17, Neil Marsh, right there, 1 row back, but on the inside of him. Right, and that's a place that nobody likes to see the 17 of Neil Marsh, especially with his skill as a surgeon knifing through traffic. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw that blue and white 17 squirt out somewhere and end up fighting for the lead here in just a couple of laps. Now, these guys have battled all weekend long, all season long. So let's get this thing started and see how it plays out. All right, they wind their way down the north end of the course, way wide. That orange set of buoys there, that's turn 4 on the Formula One course. But much wider, slower turn. It looks like we've got a couple of them coming through. The question is are they going to make it down once those waves come through the course? I don't think so. I think we're going to see some bumping and grinding early on the opening lap here as they come down the front straightaway as our pace jet ski pulls off, and we're about to get underway here. Here we go. Green flag. He drops the green flag. Who's going to get the jump? Let's see how they get over this, Tommy. A little bit smoother run there. Oh, watch out. Oh, the 33 of Ottinger goes airborne. I think Caddy in the 54 and Ottinger in the 33 hit while they're jumping out of the water. Everybody. Boy, there's a 56. I was holding my breath. I was like, I think everybody made it through the first turn. It's so hard to see when they all go down there in the opening lap. I didn't want to speak too soon. Yeah, right? Exactly. The 13 of Shelton now going wide to the outside. Smart move by the now no longer rookie, the 13 of Jared Shelton. With 03 of Austin Terry hanging on. But look at there, the 17 of Neil Marsh gets by the 69 of Cole Waring, and he's already got himself up into 5th position. Looking now to hunt down the 33 of John Ottinger, the 54 of Darren Ware. Neil goes to the inside, bounces off somebody else, off of Darren Ware, 54. He does not lose a spot, though. He's able to hang on. Neil was able to hang on. I thought he was going to lose a spot to Josh Wells. Yeah, the 26 of Briston Sherman starting to make some moves there as we go up above the 54 of Darren Ware as he's side by side with the 17 of Neil Marsh. Neil trying to push him to the outside. Caddy trying to push him back down to the inside, forcing him tight to the pin. As they go down into turn number 1, who's going to come out ahead? Looks like Neil Marsh in the 17 is having a good run. You know, one thing about Ottinger in the 33, the green boat, he is an inside guy.
So,
which is not what Neil wants.
No, Neil tried to pass him 2 times on the inside. That's going to be a tall order.
Oh, no, but Wattinger moves to the outside, and the 17 of Marsh is able to make a move as they now go deck to deck, side by side. Now here comes Caddy, the 54 of Darren Ware, into the conversation. These 3 boats slugging it out for the final spot on the podium here in qualifying heat number 3, and potentially the rights to own that inside of row 1 pole position here in Tri-Hull for the final.
Ottinger ducks back underneath him, but he doesn't have the corner exit speed, and Marsh pulls away. Now he sets his sights on the 03.
Now he knows he's got a couple of rookies, and this is a guy like Neil Marsh is licking his chops here.
Oh, yeah.
With 3 laps to go. The question is he going to have enough time with just 3 laps left?
I don't know. So right now, number 13, Gerald, and 03, Austin, those guys are running a fantastic race.
They absolutely are, and I think the 17 of Neil Marsh is also, he's been doing this long enough. He knows, hey, I'm right there in points, and all the other guys that are right there with me are well behind me, a couple of positions at a minimum. So again, like you said in Formula Lights with Jake McKee, if it's a safe pass, do it. If not, hang on to your position and collect those points for pole.
Exactly, but he does not need to pass these guys.
No, he does not, as the white flag now comes out for our leader, the 13 of Gerald Shelton, as him and the 03 of Austin Terry continue to stay close to one another and fight. Can the young driver out of Houma, Louisiana make a move on the final lap, or will the 13 of Shelton go wire-to-wire win here in qualifying heat number 3?
You know what I like about the 2 rookies at the front is the fact that they're keeping it clean and they're not costing each other time.
No. They're both running their races. They're not trying to overextend themselves too much as we go down into the final turn of the race. Oh, he's going to make a move. Here comes the 03 of Terry. Tries to sneak it down tight to the inside. Just not enough time.
Hang in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in his career here in Tri-Hull, running for Captain Mark Seafood, your winner, number 13, Gerald Shelton. Right behind him in that 03 machine of Austin Terry coming in second. And no surprise, he always seems to be there no matter what, rounding out the podium. The 17 of Neil Marsh. I think that just locked up pole position here in Tri-Hull.
While we were gone,
oh no, the 10 of
Tanner Rinker's motor is knocked off.
That's the second time in 3 races, and that is going to be disaster for the driver out of Houston, Texas. Oh no, is the motor still there even? It is. But he has got to be absolutely dejected, because that is potentially disastrous for not one, but both the Rinkers here in qualifying heat number 3. They both DNF.
Well, let's see if we were able to get that. We were so focused on the 2 rookies in first and second. I don't know if we got that or not on camera.
Boy, look at him. He's the IHRA rescue team coming up and to check with the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and you can see that look on his face, just
dejected.
Oh man, what do you do? Obviously they had to repair the boat after Bradenton, Florida, when the motor almost completely broke off the mounts. He was able to keep it upright and on the boat, but they had to do some extensive work to that boat, and I don't know if he did get into that wad up down on the second lap when his brother boat sunk down there, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Did he potentially get that motor
Could be some residual from that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's so hard to tell what is the root cause of something like this that happens, because these boats run into each other on such a frequent basis.
Well, I hope the cables are holding the motor on, even though it's in the water.
I don't know. We've got our rescue team back here, so they may be pointing to a spot where that motor might have gone to the bottom of the Red River. And with the murky water here, with this clay bottom silt river, boy, that could be very difficult to locate here and try to get that Pro XS Mercury 4-stroke off the bottom of the Red River.
Well,
all right, let's take a look at our unofficial results here from heat number 3. Man, this has got to be awesome for Shelton. He's going to go back to, regardless of how things go in the final, he gets to go back to Freeport, Texas and say, all right, I checked that first box. I got a heat win. Right now he can start to progress forward, and hey, not too bad. The first race, you get your rookie status pulled from you, and you can get to fight for position.
Well, it'll be a huge boost in his confidence, and now he knows that his equipment and his driving are capable.
Absolutely. And look at that. 3 of the top 5 point sitters here through 2 heats of qualifying finished in the bottom 4 positions. The 26 of Sherman, the 10 of Rinker, and the 37 of Mason Rinker.
Well, hopefully they got that motor and It's still unclear whether the motor's still attached with the cables.
And I think it might be because our rescue team is reattaching a buoy down there in the north end of the course, which is turn 1 in Tri-Hall, turn 4 in Formula Light. So they're replacing that. I mean, no surprise we lost another buoy. That's pretty typical in Tri-Hall. So if they're putting that back and not necessarily marking where that may have gone down, that thing might be hanging on to the back of that Tri-Hall, and we've seen that before. I think it is. Yeah, you can see some of the cables dragging in the water there. I think they'd be much more limp and laying against the back of the boat if there was no motor
exactly.
There.
They're tight.
Well, that's good because that would be an expensive Sunday for the rinkers if they were unable to locate that motor if it went to the bottom of the Red River. As we've had some experience with that already this year. We remember at the opening round in Bradenton, Florida, the 99 of Travis Yates on his fast lap qualifier set his boat down into turn 1 and had the same exact thing happen. The only difference is the cables on that big APX 250 broke, and we had to send divers down after racing concluded to pull that thing off the bottom of the Bradenton River.
They got it.
They did. It took them a while. It's amazing what side scan sonar can do for you today when you're hunting a motor down in 20, 30 feet of water.
That's a job the rescue team normally doesn't have to do, but they'll do anything.
All right, well, so we had those buoys that needed to be replaced. We got a replay we're going to go to. Let's see what happened down there on the north end of the course. There's Waring. Oh, it was the 26 of Sherman. He just got sent to the inside and went right over the top. Now let's take a look at the 10 Rinker.
That was the lap before, I think, from Tanner's incident.
Gotcha, and so you didn't get to see who he got together with. Be interesting to see if Bonnie Jill can have an opportunity to chat with the 10 of Rinker. Let's take a look at a recap of that third and final qualifying heat, and what an amazing one it was.
Good start. They took them way down there to try and let the waves come by, and I think that's a good move because it wasn't as rough as that first start.
Yeah, well, it was not. The 03 of Austin Terry trying to be a little bit cautious with no rear cowling. Didn't get the best start, but the 13 of Jared Shelton sure did. Then on lap number 2, these boats all went way down into turn number 1, 4 and 5 wide, and then the 37 of Rinker got on top of Ottinger. Then he got together with the 69 of Waring. The 63 of Aaron Green snuck right through there. Neil Marsh rolled over Rinker and then got run over himself by the 10 of Rinker. That might have caused some potential damage to the brackets there.
That's right.
And then the 37 of Mason Rinker just gets his boat sunk by sheer weight of other tri-hulls landing on top of him. You see the 33 of Ottinger there, got the rear cowling back on, and then the arduous task of marching that boat all the way back down to the boat launch south of the course to get that thing dried out, hopefully back for the final. Then we hit the restart. On the restart, the 13 of Gerald Shelton's like, hey, I'm going to do exactly what I did last time. That seemed to work well.
Well, position 1, position 2, they did exactly what they did the first heat.
Yeah, and they stayed side by side for the remainder of the heat. They were fighting all over the place. No surprise to anybody, though. There you see the 26 of Briston Sherman go on top of the buoys. The 17 of Neil Marsh did what he always does, found a way to move himself up into position to grab pole position on the inside of lane 1. And that's the last thing anybody wants to see is Neil Marsh on pole position on the inside of row 1.
That's right. Ottinger, a little wide in turn 2, and it opened up for Neil. And that's all he needed was that little door opening.
All right, well, we're going to now send things down to Bonnie Jill. She's in the hot pit with some of our drivers from Tri-Hulls. Let's see what happened with that chaos on the water. Bonnie Jill?
Now joining me, Gerald Shelton, number 13. How do you feel coming off that water in this today?
Great. I got to start up front, and it's clean water up front, and it's a lot easier to run other than back in that wash.
Joe, what is the difference between yesterday and today when you see the conditions?
Well, I think the conditions are about the same. It's just a matter of where you're starting and being able to get clean water. If you can call what we race in clean water, but there is really. Other, from 4 back, it's probably like being in a washing machine.
Any type of adjustment you think you will take in the final?
No, I made some adjustments last night after running yesterday, and they worked out today.
And what are those adjustments you made last night?
I moved my motor.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thanks, Bonnie Jill. Well, the 13 of Jared Shelton, normally a pretty cool, calm, and collected guy, but even he couldn't help but crack a big smile there with his first win here in Texas Tri-Hall.
Oh, and why not?
I mean, especially the first race after you get your rookie status removed so you can start where you qualified. He had been very excited about that. Oh, no, the 24 of Spencer Love here on Hot Laps. had his safety.
Lost his airbag cover.
Yeah, safety airbag. And he's going to have to get that tape down, maybe not get a full hot lap in on that number 24 machine. And he is right there on top of the points as he's going to start back of the pack because he is running fast here in that number 24 machine. It has been a fantastic 2026 so far for the 24 of Spencer Love.
Grant Schubert and Jeremiah Mayo's backup boat, the number 13. And guess what? Jeremiah Mayo's birthday today.
Yeah, happy birthday. Boy, the Outlaw is a very heavy birthday weekend. I believe tomorrow is the 13 of Grant Schubert's birthday. Today, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's birthday. And we also had crew chief for the 52 of Chris Rinker.
Chris Barkley.
Yeah, Chris Barkley's his birthday today as well. Yep. Had a cool story. I ran into a woman here, and we were chatting, and she was telling me, hey, you want to see this huge deer? And Mr. Barkley runs for Double Down Feed, and they've become very popular in Texas. And she's like, look at this huge deer. I was like, hey, did you happen to use Double Down Feed? She's like, how do you even know what that is? You're not even from this part of the country. I'm like, oh, funny story. Well, one of our crew chiefs actually works for the organization, and it's just one of those funny small world moments, right, that you love. We travel all over the country, Tim, and yet we seem to find these small world moments wherever we go across the U.S.
Well, that's a shot of Jared Jensen, who came off the dock like a rocket yesterday in Heat 2, only to be denied because he had an electrical problem. And last night they found out that they had a switch box go bad.
Now, what does the switch box do on that 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke?
It's part of the electrical system. So you've got the flywheel. Underneath the flywheel, you've got the stator and the trigger, which controls the electrics and when exactly it fires compared to the piston location in the motor. So the switch boxes then coordinates between the coils and the stator and trigger. So once the switch box goes out, he drops 3 cylinders.
Yeah, and it sounded so rough. We were concerned that he might have blown that motor up. You said he was definitely down, and you can get that whether you blow a piston through the sidewall of the block or you have something like that happen, but it sounds like that was a best-case scenario for the 29 of Jensen because that motor is screaming fast.
Absolutely. They pulled the heads off. They did all the checks they needed to so they can make sure that the number 29 Island Lake Marine, that is as good as it can be.
Absolutely, and just like we've had all weekend long in all of our classes, the points are extremely, extremely tight. The 24 of Spencer Love coming in, he's got the points lead through 2 qualifying heats. That's going to put him last on the start pontoon because, again, reverse order of points here in qualifying heat number 3. It's going to be a tall test for the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California, to try to find his way to pole position here for the main event later on today. But I guess if you're the 24 of Love, he's proven you don't necessarily need to be on pole if you've got such a quick trigger finger like he does in that 24 machine.
Well, getting off the start dock is one of his specialties, and they really set up for that. Yesterday, he's running in second position. Jared goes out, hands the lead over to Spencer in the number 24 Clover machine. So we're going to have to see what happens today with him starting in the back.
Yeah, and the big news here in Formula One, your 2-time defending series champion, the 01 of Dustin Terry, is out for the remainder of the weekend. A motor got damaged yesterday in a collision with the 98 of Aiden Benton that saw that motor be destroyed beyond repair here on the race site, and that's got to be rough for the man who's trying to go for the three-peat here in Formula One. That's going to put a big dent in his championship hopes, even though we're just in round 3.
So it looks like Jimmy Kerr in the number 71 pickle boat, he must have got his gremlins fixed because he was out testing today, and he looked a lot better this morning.
He did, yeah. They were still struggling with that fuel issue. So one of the rules that we have on our series is if you can prove some mechanical issues that have caused you to not be able to ensure your boat's running at optimal power, we provide hardship testing. It's not very long. It's just a couple of laps, but it got to boost his confidence knowing that they're pretty sure they figured out exactly what was causing him to be down on power yesterday.
Well, the birthday boy is going to be starting third from the end, and they did a little bit of seam work on his Hoffman last night when on the left front pickle fork. So the seam had come apart a little bit on the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo's. But Michael Schubert and Jeremiah were getting that all glued back together last night after it had dried out. So they should be good to go for today.
Yeah, and that left side so much can potentially be so much more detrimental than the right side, because especially if you're the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and he loves to throw that boat hard into the corner, turning left. If he didn't fix it, it could have spelled disaster today.
Well, as aggressive as he is in the corners, he needs that left sponson to be able to hook in there.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our reverse order of points starting lineup here for qualifying heat number 3. And it looks like we've got our grid 3 lineup here, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. That's actually the 13 of Grant Schubert there on the pole position, followed by the 29 of Jared Jensen. Then it's the 34 of Jeff Reno, followed by the 52 of Chris Rinker. Then the 98 of Aiden Benton, and then the 71 of Jimmy Kerr finally hopefully got those motor issues fixed. Then there's the 13 of Grant Schubert. That's going to actually be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
It's easy to get confused when you have two boats that are identical and you just have a one quick number change for the 13 of Grant Schubert. Then the 24 of Spencer Love, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. It looks like the 99 of Travis Yates choosing to go to the last off the start pontoon. He's had a bit of a rough weekend, a newer boat to him after his composite craft was retired following the Bradenton opening round. So he's still trying to get used to that DAC-built Formula One, and he's going to go 10th off the start pontoon.
He's trying to get it off the beach, and he's been struggling with that, so that might be why he wanted to be at the end.
I mean, with as few of points as he collected, Travis is one of those guys that doesn't want to get in the way. If he's having issues, he doesn't want to be the cause for somebody else to have something happen or get in the way of those guys who are competing for the championship. It hasn't necessarily been his weekend, but no surprise from a pretty great guy, the 99 to Travis Yates.
No, he'll keep chipping away at it and make improvements as we go. So it's starting to heat up. The sun's out.
The crowds are out. Don't forget, swing down, talk to Debbie. Check out all the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series merch. We've got the official Red River Rumble shirts for sale up there and a host of fantastic stuff to provide yourself a great, memorable piece of memorabilia from the 3rd annual Red River Rumble here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana.
She's set up right by the big IHRA inflatable behind the aquarium.
Yeah, if you see the giant IHRA logo right there, real hard to miss, Tim. I picture what the size of box that thing came in when they shipped it to us here for round 3. I didn't know it was coming. All of a sudden, I turned the corner and I was like, "What? Oh, that is a large inflatable, very, very large."
Well, it's one of those. It's one of the packages where once you take it out of the box, it never goes back in it.
Oh, absolutely. Just like all of our tents and everything, it's more of a chore to get the thing back in the box than it did getting it out or even setting the darn thing up.
Exactly.
All right, well, all our fans lined along the seawall. I mean, and I got to think, for a native of Shreveport-Bossier, this is uncharacteristically cool in the best way possible. It is a fantastically
slight
beautiful
breeze.
day. And that's what we need.
I can appreciate that.
Absolutely. That's what happened yesterday. We had that muggy morning, maybe a little bit muggier yesterday because of the rain that came through early in the morning. But when the afternoon hit and the sun came out, the breeze picked up, and it made for some unbelievable water conditions and fantastic racing because of it.
Red River looks fantastic right now. It's with that little bit of wind, it's going to be a little faster than it was yesterday.
Yeah, you don't have that
nice
glass.
Little ripple on it. You're running, and the wind yesterday was more of a crosswind than we have today. So if it's running straight down the river, which is better for the performance of a Formula One boat.
Absolutely. And here at the Red River Rumble, right, we've got our fantastic racing on the water, but there's a host of activities into the night here in downtown Shreveport, Louisiana for Mudbug Madness. And we had some of our team head down to Mudbug Madness, and what an unbelievable festival that is. Fantastic food, great people, unbelievable music, and just an overall good time starting in the morning here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier all the way into the end of the night. You got boat racing all day long. You got Mudbug Madness at night. What a perfect pairing here in Shreveport-Bossier.
That's right. A perfect complement.
All right, we're just getting the last couple of boats lined up on the start pontoon here for our 3rd and final heat in Formula One. Who is going to take heat number 3? Will it be one of our points leaders here in the Formula One class? The likes of Spencer Love, Dylan Anderson, or Jeremiah Mayo. They start at the back of the pack here in heat number 3. And Tim, 10 points separating those top 3 boats. And how about this? Jeff Reno sitting 4th in points. Very uncharacteristic to see the likes of Dustin Terry, Chris Rinker, and even Jared Jensen shuffled all the way back past the midpoint of the field here at the Red River Rumble.
Well, you just don't know. That's why preparation prior to the race is so important, because you can't afford to miss a heat. If you did, that's what happens. Jeff Reno's come in this weekend. You know, his goal's at top 5, and right now he's right in there.
Absolutely, sitting in 4th, coming into qualifying heat number 3. He's going to have to have a good showing here. But I think the one person that's going to have to push a little bit harder than anybody else, not only for points here, but for the season points, is the 29 of Jared Jensen. He came in only 4 points back of Spencer Love, but here through 2 qualifying heats, he finds himself 27 points back. So now that lead has grown to 31 points for the 24 Spencer Love, who is your top point getter here in round number 3. So those standings shaken up, and for sure the 29 of Jensen is definitely going to know where he's standing, and he's going to have to lay down the hammer here in heat number 3.
I wouldn't get excited if I was him. Look, the thing ran fantastic. He was out front when the switch box went out yesterday. So don't do anything crazy. Stay with your game plan. It was one heat race. And what he doesn't want to do is get in a hurry right now and then cause another problem. So keep your head on. Go easy. You do what you can do.
And that's where, as I could imagine, as a young driver, having a crew chief and radio man with tons of experience like the 29 of Jared Jensen has, a big part of that is just keeping him mentally square between the ears to make sure he doesn't push it beyond his limits, trying to make up ground now and not necessarily have an opportunity to make up more ground in the final where points are 3x from all qualifying heats.
Well, he wants to see what the start gives him. So if he can get off the beach good, then he puts himself in a safer position to get through the first turn. So that's key for all of these guys, especially on a narrow Red River.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Who's going to win qualifying heat number 3? Reverse order of points so far here at the Red River Rumble. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Will the number 99 of Travis Yates or the 13 of Grant Schubert figure it out here in heat number 3? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Will that hardship testing be exactly what the 71 of Jimmy Kerr in the pickle machine be to find himself with a checkered flag here in heat number 3? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 98 of Aiden Benton, or will the 29 of Jared Jensen come off like the rocket once again and grab heat 3? Let's set our starting lineup for the main event later on today. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starter's orders. He drops the flag. Oh, Jensen gets a good start again.
Anderson gets a good start.
Oh, boy, those two are going to go side by side. Can they clear the rest of the field?
Well, they got to leave a lane for Chris Rinker up there.
They're going to go down in the
Everybody's bunching up.
Oh, Rinker and Jensen
on the
side
inside.
By side. Boy, did Jensen really pull away through the turn there from the 17 of Anderson. And now here he comes neck to neck with the 52 of Rinker. And it looks like he might beat him down to the turn.
Yeah, he's got to give him a lane there.
And smart move there by the 29 of Jensen, not wanting to push it too close, knowing that him and the 52 of Rinker are pretty close in points. And the last thing he wants to do is cost himself here in heat number 3.
So you've got Jeremiah Mayo, the birthday boy, at number 8. He's on the inside. Him and Anderson actually pulled up on Jensen that last lap. I think Jensen had a little skip out in 3 and 4 down there.
Yeah, and the top end speed on that APX 250 Mercury is just unbelievable. And he's just got to find some clean water in the corners there as he now tries to get by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And boy, man, he almost walked him like he was standing still coming out of turn 2. What a fantastic turn for the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
That's what Dylan needed right there. So Dylan is in the hunt on this thing. Oh, he puts it up on his side in between 3 and 4. 3 and 4 down there, you have to stay right on the buoys, because if not, you get that current coming out of the bayou right there, and it upsets the boat.
Well, and thankfully he just didn't end up on his head there, and he can live to fight another lap. And I think what the 17 at Anderson's radio team's got to tell him, hey, Love's behind you. You two are 1 and 2 in points. If you hang where you're at right now, we believe you're going to be able to claim pole position. So don't make any mistakes that are going to cost you the opportunity to lock that up here in Heat 3.
Well, here's a problem for the number 24, and that's the guy in the number 8 boat. Spencer's got to get by Jeremiah if he wants a shot at being on pole. If he finishes one place behind Dylan, he should still be on pole.
Right, but the tall task of getting around the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is going to be enough to give him cold sweats inside the cockpit of that Formula One, because that is a very tough thing to do.
Because Jeremiah's not going to give up lane 1.
Absolutely not. Especially running his 2-stroke boat. He loves slamming that thing pin to pin around this 4-pin 3/4 mile course here on the shores of the Red River.
Chris Rinker, number 52, yellow boat, keeping it in lane 1. That's a French-built Moore boat, and that thing loves the rough water and the rough turns.
Yeah, Pearl, he's got so much seat time in Pearl. It's his favorite boat. He's got the other boat that he had to park on the trailer because when he got together with one of our other boats out there,
Grant
Schubert, that he broke the steering column inside the nose of the cockpit, so it wasn't just a cable. That's why they had to retire the boat. It wasn't actually from the hull damage connecting with the 13 of Schubert.
Wow. That's some good information there, and that's a heck of a hit to break the steering bulkhead.
Well, and especially, I mean, there's so much tension on that system when you're turning. If you get together and one of those components gets hit during the turn, I can imagine it can be a pretty jarring and violent moment.
Look at it like this. These guys are running electric power steering systems. So what that means is between the steering wheel, there's electric power steering system, and then there's the front pulley that the cable's on. And what's that's doing is it's taking the torque of the motor out of it so the driver doesn't get as tired and he can run the last lap like he ran the first lap.
I can imagine that throughout your career you at some point implemented a system like that. Was it a night and day difference with and without?
Here's the other thing that allows you to do. Then you can run a bigger steering drum for quicker steering. You couldn't do that before because you couldn't hang on to it.
It was just so much torque, it would just rip your hands right off the wheel?
Yes.
Well,
Chris Rinker coming up on some Travis Yates. Travis gives him plenty of room. He doesn't want to be the reason why somebody didn't finish where they needed to.
Absolutely.
Or deserved to.
He's been struggling. He's just trying to figure out this new boat to him. And so he's moved out of the way. But boy, the 52 of Chris Rinker doing a great job of mixing it up with the 29 of Jensen, just forcing him to go through the waves.
Well, Jensen's 1.5 seconds behind him, and it's kind of a cat and mouse because he pulled up a little bit, and now he's falling back off. We missed it. Anderson got by Jeremiah.
Yeah, he did. He's up into third now. Jeremiah hanging on to fourth, and the 24 of Spencer Love falling way back into fifth. He is way off the pace and really stepped back, and I don't know if he's going to be able to secure pole position.
Here comes Spencer now. That's where, he was closer than that before.
Yeah, something obviously getting around one of the back markers. I think he ended up running in, getting with the 34 of Jeff Reno in the corner, and getting around a back marker in the corner can really push you back and open that gap between you and the guy that you're trying to chase down.
Jeremiah gets a little light down the back straightaway just as he went underneath the bridge. So with the wind blowing a little more today, that bridge even makes a bigger difference.
With that lift that we were talking about yesterday when you go underneath it.
Positive lift, yes.
There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's hanging on to third. He's under 7 seconds from the 29 of Jared Jensen, but we had 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus one lap. As we go above with our leaders there, the 52 of Rinker goes lane 3 out of turn number 4, laying down the nose of that French-built Moore and pushing it hard. There's the 24 of Love. He's been battling with the 98 of Aiden Benton. He finally gets by him. See that duct tape on the airbag that went off pre-race? Boy, that could have been really detrimental if that happened during the heat race instead of beforehand.
It does, because it upsets the aerodynamics of the boat. I mean, you got a big old sail.
Right,
out there, basically.
And it's a great thing to have for safety in the event somebody goes over. It pulls the cockpit completely out of the water. So it's a fantastic safety feature, but you don't want it to malfunction at the wrong time.
That's right.
Boy, it looks like Kerr down on power again. as the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen cruise right by him. It looks like he's just out there. He knows something's still wrong. He's staying wide and just collecting valuable points for the season championship.
Doesn't look like his trim's working.
But he's
because he didn't trim it up at all coming out of the corner.
Yeah, it's been a lot of electrical issues for this season for the 71 of Jimmy Kerr. He had a power steering failure. Now it looks like maybe have some trim issues. But we're on top of the Island Lake Marine, number 29 of Jared Jensen, that teal, white, and black checkered Hoffman Formula One composite, trying to hold off the hard-charging 17 of Dylan Anderson. And he's in that tough spot, Tim. He wants to try to stay with the 52 of Rinker, but he knows if he forgets where the 17 of Anderson's at, next thing he knows, the guy's right in his rear view.
I think for Dylan, he's in good position right now. Look, if he could get up there and mix it up with those guys, okay. But if he can, hold your position, take your points, and he's going to be 1 or 2 in the final off the start dock.
Absolutely. Well, especially now with the 17 of Anderson getting by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Anderson and Love only came in 6 points apart. And so I think with that gap from 3rd to 5th, that might be just enough.
It's going to be close.
It is really going to be close, and we've seen that already. 3rd and 4th place, 3rd and 4th starting position in Formula Lights, 11 seconds. Same amount of points, 11 seconds over 3 heats separated those drivers. I could definitely see a scenario where that plays out in Formula One as well.
Oh, yeah. They're just, the competition is so tight.
It is top to bottom. White flag out now for our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, as he goes down the back straightaway. He's already through turns 1 and 2. Now trying to make the last 2 turns as clean as he can. Nice. Lays off a little bit, sweeps it around turn number 4, goes wide to the outside. And as he comes down the straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 3, number 52, Chris Rinker.
Jared pulled up on him a little bit, but Chris was just picking his way through and didn't want to have a problem on that
The last thing
corner.
he wanted to do was end up in the lap of the 98 of Benton and the 90-98s in the turn. So he backed off so they could clear the turn before he went through, knowing he had enough time to hold off Jensen. But how about the run by the 17 of Dylan Anderson? May have just secured himself pole position with a fantastic run, going from second to last off the start pontoon all the way up to the final spot on the podium here in Heat 3.
That's doing exactly what you need to do.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, that seems to me to be the theme that Dylan Anderson is living with here in 2026. Just, hey, control what you can control, do what you need to do. There's no reason to try to push it harder. Just do what you need to, and we'll worry about laying it all out on the line come the final main event, because that's where it really matters.
Yeah, that's where you get the most points. So it's important to get every single point, but you really got to capitalize when it counts.
Yeah,
and that's the final.
He did end up getting it under 1 second back, but the 52 of Rinker with the win. Jensen right there on his heels. And the 17 of Dylan Anderson pulled away. Look at that, 5 seconds over the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who finished 4th.
Well, Spencer got some good points in 5th place. Grant running the 4-stroke. Really, this is the first race. He ran 1 heat race yesterday. So you got 1 more heat race under his belt before he goes to a final with it.
And then rounding out the field, the 99 of Travis Yates, the 98 of Aiden Benton, the 34 of Jeff Reno, and then the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, where the issues continue for the driver from upstate Michigan. He has got to be very frustrated after a rough qualifying Heat 3.
He will. They got a good team. They'll go back in and they'll keep digging and see if he can get Kevin to get that baby put back in shape.
Yeah, that's all you can do is just keep grinding, put one foot in front of the other, try to figure them out, solve them, and continue to fight. As no surprise, that'll absolutely be what the 71 of Jimmy Kerr does here in our main event in Formula One. That's going to round out our day here at the 2026 Red River Rumble, round 3 on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, let's take a look at a recap of a replay of the start here. What a fantastic jump by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. I mean, if you put those 2 boats in lanes 3 and 4, I think they would have beat the pole sitters to the pin in Heat 1 because they were just absolutely flying, and Jensen almost pulled it off. I think if this course would have been maybe 20 or 30 yards longer, he might have been able to pull Rinker down there in turn number 1 on the opening lap.
That was, it looked like a good, clean start. Everybody was holding their lanes. And that is extremely difficult with the angle that we have to put the boats on to head down to turns, actually 3 and 4 for our first first start buoys.
Yeah, we use turns 3 and 4 as the start, but lap 1 doesn't commence until they cross the start-finish line on the outside or on the eastern side of the course here on the Shreveport side, Formula 1. But boy, once Chris Rinker got out in front, he did what a guy with experience does. He pushed the 29 of Jensen all over the race course, but he kept it very, very controlled. Didn't really see the 52 of Rinker get wild out there at all, which has been a little bit of his bugaboo in the past when he gets him in some of those dicey situations. Looks like he's improved there, and boy, Pearl is strolling here on Sunday.
Well, the performance between the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen is very similar. And in turns 1 and 2, Jared, the 29 boat, likes to go on the inside, and Chris is able to keep that Moore boat on the inside in lane 1 through 1 and 2. So it was kind of taken away Jared's strong point.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see what the lineup looks like when we settle them all up, because Rinker was 2 points behind the 29 of Jensen, so he's going to jump him. Where are we going to be? We'll be right back with more from our sponsors here at the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula 1 boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Sam's Town. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, race fans, and welcome back. It is time to crown champions here at the 2026 Red River Rumble. Starting off with our Formula Lights class. These drivers, top drivers from all across the United States, have ascended here to the shores of the Red River in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for one reason and one reason only, and that is to bring that first place trophy back to their race shop before they gear up for the next round and do it again. And that is so important here on the Formula 1 Powerboat Series. Our Formula Lights class has a 6-race schedule here in 2026. And every race is so important in the chase for the championship. And that man right there had a brutal round 1 in Bradenton, Florida. Only a 1-day race, making it very difficult if you have issues to make up ground from those issues. And he's had to deal with that. But since then, brand new boat goes to Port Neches. Solid finish. Here, he's going to be right in the mix, coming second off the start pontoon. Will the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr., the Tampa Terror, be the man who's on the top of the box. But if there's one driver who has an opportunity to negate that in the best way possible, and that's your pole sitter. And that's the man on screen right now. He's from the Redlands, California, running for Breakaway Seaway Marine, McKee Racing, Clover Construction. The 01 of Jake McKee has secured enough points to lock up that pole position here in Formula Lights. What is the young driver from California going to do with it? Because he looks back to his right. He's got the 21 of Mendana, the 35 of Schmierbach, the 52 of Dumford, and then the 24 of Shelby Love, all right off his right hip, and they are all vying for a title here on the Red River, at the Red River Rumble in 2026. Who's going to be your champion? We're going to find out here in just a little bit. But right now, we're going to send things down to our driver who's had a fantastic weekend and a couple of great series rounds. The 24 of Spencer Lev is with Bonnie Jill. Okay. Bonnie, what's up with Spencer?
Spencer Love, now we got all the qualifying in the books. How would you grade your performance?
Good yesterday. All right today, but I don't know. We're still starting towards the front for sure. So, I mean, I feel like we're in a good position where, I don't know, we definitely get on the podium, potential possibly win. I mean, I don't know. Looks like we should hopefully have a good finish this weekend.
Hopefully, yes. We do think you're going to do that. So, now going into this learning the course, what did you think you pulled from yesterday and today?
What was that? Sorry.
Yesterday and today, what did you learn you think most from the course?
I don't know. It got a little rougher today, so didn't really learn much about the course. I mean, Shelby's boat, we keep fixing and working on stuff on that, and we're kind of, my guys got my stuff ready to go. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be on the water because, we keep working on Shelby's stuff. But I don't know. It was a little rougher. Got to pay a little more attention today than we did yesterday. So, I don't know. We should be good for the final, though.
All right. Good luck. We'll see you later.
All right. Thanks, Bonnie Jill. She's with the 24 of Spencer Love. We don't know yet, but I think it's going to be between him and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. But right there, the 24 of Shelby Love, her roughest weekend so far in coming in to the 2026 season. She started off the season with a win. She had a solid finish and had a bit of a struggle in Port Neches. She finds herself mid-pack in points, was really hoping to have a fantastic weekend here at the Red River Rumble, and it just hasn't matriculated. It's frustrating for her. I can imagine that boat was so fast last year. It was so fast at the opening round, but they've experienced some electrical issues. And when it comes to powerboat racing, electrical issues may be the most frustrating issues for all of these teams. They're so hard to pinpoint what is causing the issue. And to try to rectify that is almost like chasing what we call an imaginary dragon. It's breathing fire and causing all sorts of chaos, and it's hard to pinpoint. Hopefully, they spent a lot of time last night, so hopefully they got that thing figured out, and she's going to come back to her top form here in the main event in Formula Light. She's starting 5th, but that boat is fast. It likes the fast line wide to the outside, and if anybody can chase down the rest of the drivers here in Formula Lights and try to fight for a win here at the Red River Rumble. All right, looks like we're just waiting for the last couple of boats to get launched from the crane. Again, here, different than our first 2 rounds where we used launches to put the boats in the water. Here, the nearest boat launch is far enough away from downtown Shreveport-Bossier that we're utilizing a couple of cranes here in 2026 to load all of our tunnel boats into the water. And so it takes a little bit longer, more than most of our drivers would really like. But, we do have to give a big shout out to those guys from Joyce Steel. They are the crane operators that are providing assistance to get all our Formula Lights and Formula Ones in the water. Big shout out to Joyce Steel. And we really thank them for their hard work and dedication in making this event a success and getting all our Formula One and Formula Lights boats in the water. So shout out, guys. Hope you're having a great day down there in the cranes, getting our boats safely into the water and possibly pulling out some boats that have taken on some water like we've seen a couple of times throughout this weekend here. But hopefully a clean day of racing for the rest of Sunday's finals here at the Red River Rumble as we power through the rest of round 3 here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Well, after Shreveport-Bossier here in the Red River Rumble, where are we heading next? Well, it's the battle on the Colorado early June, we're going to be in Marble Falls, Texas, about 30 minutes west of Austin in the hill country of Texas, fighting on the Colorado River, a beautiful body of water, an unbelievable venue, almost a stadium-style setup with the valleys rising quickly off the Colorado River there in Marble Falls, makes it for some unbelievable viewing. So those of you here in Shreveport, it's not a far drive over to Marble Falls. There's a couple of beautiful hotels right there in downtown Marble Falls. One actually has a beautiful patio and deck that overlooks the entire river, and it's going to be a fantastic race there in just a few weeks in Marble Falls for round 4, the battle on the Colorado. All right, we saw there's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I do have to apologize. I misspoke earlier. I thought they were so close in points. I thought the 35 of Mark Schmierbach was on the pole. No, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is starting third off the start pontoon, and that's only because he ran all 3 qualifying heats just 11 seconds faster than the 52 of Addison Dumford. They had the same exact points through 3 qualifying heats, and by 11 seconds, the 35 of Schmierbach finds himself in that 3rd starting position here in the Formula Lights final with the 21 of Mendana in 2nd and the 01 of Jake McKee, your pole sitter, who's looking to try to get another fantastic finish back and bring some great hardware back to Redlands before he gears it up for round 4 here on the series. All right, I'm trying to take a look there. So I see it looks like we've got Formula 1 boats going out of the water. That means all our Formula Lights are in the water. We're going to do a parade lap, then a hot lap, line up on the start dock, and we're going to get ready to rock and roll here for our Formula Lights main event. Tim, it's going to be a doozy between those top 5. They're all over each other. And don't count out Shelby Love, who's in 5th position, because that girl can be real fast if she can solve these electrical issues that have plagued her throughout the 2026 season.
Yeah, when that number 24 is right, she's unbeatable.
She absolutely is.
But when it's not, it's not. And right now you've got the 01 of Jake McKee that has that thing humming. 21 of Jose Medina Jr. He's got that Mike's Plumbing boat just screaming. So I'm curious. I didn't get to talk to him, but I'm curious what prop he's ended up going with.
Yeah, because clearly we saw a very different Mendana out there in all 3 qualifying heats because of the prop selection, showing how important the propeller is on the back of a Formula Lights, especially when you're running that 2-cylinder, 45 cubic inch OMC. And here's a little bit more info on our Formula Lights. 12-foot long tunnel hull. It's a scaled version of the Formula 1, so it's just a shorter boat, and it's got a 44.9 cubic inch 2-cylinder OMC outboard. You're looking at speeds of around 70 miles an hour in racing competition here on the shores of the Red River. All right, we've got our drivers making their way down to the far end of the race course. And our first, there we see, that's the 52 of Addison Dumford. He has had a fantastic weekend. I think he's going to be happy no matter where he finishes here, as long as he can be in the mix and have an opportunity to get on the podium. I think it's a win for that young driver out of Franklin, Tennessee, running for Dumford Irrigation. Here is our main event lineup for Formula Lights. On pole, Redlands, California is where he calls home. Runner for McKee Racing, Clover Construction, and Seaway Marine, the 01 of Jake McKee. Just off his right hip, second off the start pontoon, the always dangerous Tampa Terror, the Mike Scott's Plumbing, number 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Third off the start pontoon, another decorated veteran trying to improve on what has been a frustrating year. He blew over in qualifying in Port Neches and didn't have the best weekend. Can he rectify it here? Third off the start dock, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Fourth off the start pontoon, again, only 11 seconds total elapsed time over 3 qualifying heats behind the 35 of Schmierbach is the man in fourth, the 52 of Addison Dumford. Right behind him, she finished second in the series standings by a hair in 2025. Started off the season well, struggled since. Can she get off the schneid? Fifth off the start dock, the 24 of Shelby Love. Coming sixth off the start pontoon, the driver out of Michigan. Runner for Bam Bam Power Sports, the number 94 of Dominic Trolley. And then rounding out the field, he found out that he had a bad power head, had to swap it out last night, barely got any points. The 12 of Jack Schubert starting seventh. And then the rookie, the 93 of Briston Sherman, he had as more problems than the 12 of Jack Schubert did. He didn't even make it on the water for the second qualifying heat yesterday. Finally was able to get out there today. He's going to start last off the start pontoon. In that 8th position is the driver from Richmond, Texas, running in his first Formula Lights race here in 2026. All right, Tim, well, this is what everybody's been waiting for. The finals are here. The sun is shining. The breeze is blowing. The river's in top-notch condition. We have got the perfect setting for an unbelievable final here in Formula Lights as we crown a champion for the 3rd time in Formula Lights at the Red River Rumble.
This is going to be good. You know, we've got absolutely everything laid out for them, and we're going to actually see who the best of the best is today, because they've been so close. They battled back and forth. One thing I am noticing about the course right now is the fact that turn 3 and 4, due to the current, that shifts a little bit because you got to have a little extra line on the buoys. So it's not like they stay exactly where they are. So you can see a shift slightly of more of a high-low in 3 and 4. So turn 3 is going to be a real tight turn.
Yeah.
And 4 is going to be more of a sweeper once they're going through it.
What I'm curious is, are drivers going to find, almost turning that into that high point 1-pin turn where they'll go deep into the entrance pin, apex dead middle between the buoys, so they can bend it off the exit, and essentially they're coming straight down the straightaway before they even pass the buoy coming out of turn 4.
They will, and so the move that Jose Madonna in the 21 boat was trying to do to Dumford in Heat 3, which he was diving from the outside underneath them, you're going to see a lot less of that in that kind of situation.
And it's something that those that have experienced auto racing struggle. It's hard to comprehend. Wait a minute. So the buoys move. The surface that you run on moves. Is there anything that stays consistent in tunnel boat racing? And the answer is simply no. From the wind, the wind was picking up a little bit. It's died back down. We've got some clouds moving in. That can change things. There's so many different factors that make this such a dynamic form of racing here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. It's second to none, and it's what makes it so entertaining is at any given moment, one slight thing can change, and it can make things really good for one driver and make things significantly more difficult for another.
Well, that's one of the things that it makes powerboat racing difficult, is the fact that the course is never the same. You never run on the same situation on the water throughout your final, let's say, much less for an entire weekend. So the water's always moving, the wind's moving it. You're riding on a cushion of air. You got the boat spray coming off the other boats. You got them pushing you around. And then on top of everything else, when you get a bump in turn 1, all of a sudden that makes its way down the course. And pretty soon it's in the middle of the straightaway. Before you know it, it's in turn 3 and 4. Now that's the opposite, here, because 1 and 2 are at the lower end of the river.
Right.
But the main point is you're always adjusting. That's why the driver never gets to sit still in one of these boats.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and I can imagine that you've probably had numerous conversations as you've been involved in motorsports and been a fan of all forms of motorsports for a very long time. You talk to a lot of car drivers, and they're like, I'm good, man. Give me 4 tires and a constant surface underneath, and I'm fine. And the other thing that really I have found catches them off guard is, how do you brake? You don't have any brakes on the boat. How do you brake the racing machine? And you do that with trim and turning of the boat in the corners. And it's just such a foreign concept for somebody who's used to riding on an asphalt or cement surface that's so constant underneath them.
So to get the boat to slow down, the only thing you can do is wet more of the running surface by trimming it down. And also, some guys like to burp the throttle. So they're using the engine braking. And that became really a lot more prevalent in the Formula One class once you went from a 3-blade prop to a 4-blade prop, because all of a sudden it was like hitting the brakes compared to with a 4-blade prop. One more blade in the water, so it slows you down faster. Now, some of these drivers are going to drive, and what they'll do is they'll put their foot to the floor and they'll use their trim. So instead of taking their foot on and off the gas, they'll just use the trim to adjust that.
And I can imagine if you really want to be one of the top drivers in a Formula Light or a Formula One, you have to learn how to utilize both techniques depending on where you're at, who you're racing against, the conditions on the water, and all those different factors that we've talked about. Because sometimes laying the hammer down and just using the trim can put you on your head real quickly if you get into some rough corners and some tricky water conditions.
That's for sure, and that's where you'll see some of these drivers adjust their engine height from the cockpit. The Formula Lights don't have that luxury. So once these guys have their setup and they're in the water, that's what they got.
Yeah, that motor height is where it is. They can only trim it in and out.
Exactly. So you see a guy like Jose Madonna Jr., who ran different propellers, different everything in every heat. That's why he's doing it.
You think he's going to go with one that can get him off the beach and maybe lift that back end up and really try to find that fast line? I think you're going to see him out in lane 3 or 4. And I mean only, if he can find that clean water early, will you see him move down to turn 1. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's crown a winner here in Formula Lights at the Red River Rumble. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. There's the 01 of Jake McKee. Can he get the whole shot? So important here in Formula Lights and ride it all the way to victory. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the Tampa Terror finally get this thing dialed in perfectly and win his second race of the weekend, which is the final, and give him some big points? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. You can never count out the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He's always there, ready to pounce. Will he pounce here in the Formula Light final? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could the 52 of Addison Dumford pull a rabbit out of his hat and find the top spot on the podium when it's all said and done? Let's crown a champion of Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters' orders.
They've got the flag up, flags down. Here we go. Start of the Formula Lights final.
Boy, nice jump there by Preston Sherman, wide to the outside.
At all the big dogs side by side heading to the first turn.
Oh, boy, looks like Mendana might get squeezed. He's got some real rough water. They're so close to him. Boy, that's got to be a hard spot to be sandwiched in the middle of two other fast boats. You don't know if the guy's
really going to give you the lane or not.
Now, Mendana had to back way off and dive down inside the 01 of McKee because he knew there was just going to be no room for him between him and the 35 of Schmierbach. And what a great run off the dock for Schmierbach.
Jake comes out on top. Mark Schmierbach in the 35 second. And Dumford in the 52 was a beneficiary of Jose in the 21 boat having to go to the inside.
And if memory serves me correctly, the 52 of Dumford is very comfortable keeping the 21 of Mendana behind him because he's done it twice already this weekend.
They've been doing that all weekend. It's been back and forth.
Boy, what a big jump it would be for the 52 of Dumford to bring podium hardware back to Franklin, Tennessee after round number 3.
He went right behind Mark Schmierbach trying to get on the inside, got washed down. Jose Madonna passes him.
I jinxed him.
You jinxed him. Way to go, Tommy.
Right on top of the 21 of Mendana, and he knew he had to get by the 52 of Dumford quick because you can't give the 35 of Schmierbach too much time or him and McKee will pull, because what Schmierbach wants to do, he wants to pull away and run 2 boats with McKee. So when they get up on some of those back markers, as we've said before,
have a shot at it.
The second guy to pass the back markers typically has a bit of an advantage, just kind of like a race car driver.
First guy makes the hole.
Correct. Madonna's really started to pull away. So, boy, a real rough start for the 21 of Mendana. Not that he necessarily got a bad hole shot, but Schmierbach got such a good jump off the dock that he just got squeezed there in between both of them. And I can imagine there's so much dirty water and dirty air because they were so close to him. He had 2 options, either back off and reset or possibly end up on his head in the opening lap of this Formula Light final.
Well, the drum's right on Jake McGee right there. Holy smokes, that was close.
Yeah, big shout out to Windy City Productions and the team they put together. Some world-class videography from those folks at Windy City Productions right on top of the rear cowling of the 01 of McKee's. He's liking to go tight to the entrance pin, kind of running it deep, apexing, and then almost completely straight hammer down coming out of turn 4.
He's using a 1 apex turn in between 3 and 4 instead of somebody right now like Jose who's making it 2 turns. So it's 2 different theories, and it makes a big difference. Jose's got to go where Mark's giving him. So the number 35 boat is dictating where the number 21 boat has to go in the corner. Let's see what happens on this one.
Yeah, now we're with the 93 of Briston Sherman. Now on the opening lap, he was scary fast. I don't know what happened that shuffled him all the way back, but he was pulling away from the 24 of Shelby Love, and she's sitting in that 5th position right now. But boy, Briston Sherman, if that opening lap is any indicator of what the good things to come, we could see another driver in the mix and could possibly play dark horse later in the season standings. The 93 of Briston Sherman doing a good job out there in his first Formula Lights race.
Jose needs to relax. He needs to be patient. Right now he's on the outside hip of Mark Schmierbach, and especially when they come out of turn 2, Jose has a little bit of an advantage on him and accelerates. So I would stay on the outside hip of Mark if I was Jose, and that's how he's going to make the pass. He's just got to keep inching it little by little, lap after lap.
Yeah, with this battle for second and third they're absolutely all over each other, and this is one of those epic chess matches between 2 veterans that have been extremely successful. They're not having to think 1 or 2 moves ahead. They're having to be 4, 5, and 6 moves ahead of one another, playing that game of cat and mouse. And that is exactly what the 01 of Jake McKee wants, because the more they battle with the other, the more he gets to pull away. So he's got a big enough gap once they get on those back markers.
That's right, because you're seeing right now Mark Schmierbach, he's changing his line. So all of a sudden he's starting to run lane 2 and 3 coming down the straightaway. So he baits him to go in, he takes it away. So it depends on what Jose's doing. That depends on where Mark's running down the straightaway. But look how he's out a little bit more in lane 2 and 3 now down this front straightaway.
Right. But you can definitely see the 21 of Mendana. He knew it was coming, so he made sure that when he crossed the wake, he did it as quickly as possible. So he darted across the wake, got back out to the clean water, and that's the reason why he's able to stay with him. Even though the 35 of Mark Schmierbach's trying to push him all over the course to try to keep him at bay outside there in lane number 4. Now here, instead of going underneath, he stays off his hip, changing the line. It's going to be an interesting game of cat and mouse between these 2 veterans for the rest of this.
I think they kind of pulled back on Jake a little bit.
Well, let's see here. We'll take a look as we roll through the starting grid. Now we're going to start it back up and see. So our leader, the 01 of Jake McKee, who's been out in front, started on pole. He is your leader in that McKee Racing Seaway Marine sponsored entry. 3.97 seconds. Behind him is the 35 of Schmierbach. 4.96 seconds, so less than 1 second between the 35 of Schmierbach and the 21 of Mendana. But now we got the 12 of Schubert who's getting lapped, and Mendana has got to get by him. Oh, now he goes down to the inside. They clear the 12 of Schubert, which is good. Can he close that gap here on this lap? They're just at about a second apart. He knows he's going to have to grab a 10th or 2 every lap to try to have an opportunity to get by him here in this Formula Light final.
He is, isn't it? And here's the next thing, physical conditioning. You know, you're running quarter distance, third distance heat races. Now you put 3 of them together, and you've got to stay on top of your game, the concentration level that you have to have for the extended period of time, and the physical fitness.
Well, and Mark Schmierbach, he may have a few years on Jose, but it doesn't mean that man isn't in good physical condition. He is a workout nut. He keeps himself in great shape because there's nothing more than Mark Schmierbach loves than hopping inside the cockpit of a Formula Light, and he is all about doing this for as long as he can, and it's amazing to see the physical prowess in a man who's been behind that wheel for as long as he has. There's the 52 of Addison Dumford hanging on in 4th there. He's really started to pull away from Shelby Love. I think there's still got some issues in there. They got it running a little bit better, but just not the same boat we saw in Bradenton, Florida to open up the season. She's not
running her best right now. So, but guess what? How you win a championship is if you have the best worst day out of all the field.
And if fifth is your worst day.
If fifth is your worst, you're okay.
Yeah, that's not a bad day. The only problem is she had a real tough round 2 in Port Neches and was way further back than that. So that's why she was probably had a little bit more pressure on herself to try to get back to that top form here in round 3. There's the 24 of Shelby Love, that Clover construction machine, trying to hang on to 5th. But she's got a lot of ground to make up. She want to catch the 52 of Addison Dumford. Boy, McKee is just boogieing. Oh no, Shelby Love spins out down to the north end of the course. And the struggles continue for the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California.
Doesn't miss a buoy, though, so she doesn't have to go back and get it. Doesn't get penalized.
Now the 24 of Shelby Love is still, and now the 94 of Dominic Trollian is right in her review mirror, and that's going to make it even tougher to make up any ground on Dumford because she's got to battle and make sure the 94 of Dominic Trollian doesn't get by her as they fight for 5th position here in Formula Lights.
That's right. Dominic and the number 94 boat doing a great job. He's been working on that thing all weekend.
Oh, boy, has he.
And he's got it running its best when he needed to, which is the final.
Absolutely. Now he's side by side with the 12 of Jack Schubert, who's gone a lap down, struggled a little bit, but he's just happy to be out on the water because he hasn't got too many laps in that Ace Hardware machine this weekend after blowing up a powerhead on Saturday's qualifying.
Now Jack's doing a good job. He's getting some valuable seat time, and he learned a lot this weekend.
Here's what I'm curious is you see the 01 of Jake McKee. He's coming up on the 93 of Briston Sherman. Now, if he would have come up on him in the corners, it may have been a little bit trickier. He might catch him on the straightaway, but Sherman's fast. All right, let's take a look what happened there.
He's just not experienced in that boat.
The 24 of Shelby Love. Looks like we might have a replay.
Oh, Jose and Mark. Mark left the door open, and Jose threaded the needle.
Oh no! And now Jose's gonna, the 35 of Schmierbach's gonna have to go wide outside of the back marker. Sherman, hey, he was waiting for that one moment. He found it and took advantage of it, and that's all you need to give a veteran. It's just one split-second moment, and they will capitalize on it.
There was exactly one lane, and he took it. They looked like they touched a little bit, but he was not giving up.
No, he was sticking his nose in there like, hey, man.
He was committed.
Yeah, if you're going to close the door on me, understand you know what's going to happen to the both of us. So you can make that decision if you want to.
Yeah.
But I'm going here into lane 1, and it paid off for the 21 of Mendana in that Mike Scott plumbing machine.
I think he's setting sail for Jake right now. Seems like he pulled a little bit off. We got him coming through the corner. Two boats trying to get into the same piece of real estate.
Ooh, and they did get together, and that's where that composite boat probably helped the 21 of Mendana. You get a lot of bounce off that carbon, and it's a little bit more structurally tougher.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'll go in there with a wood boat.
and he is starting to track down the 01 of Jake McKee, and we're getting up on some of those faster back markers. We've still got 4 minutes and 35 seconds. And this is exactly what Jose did in round 2.
Yes, he did.
He picked him off. He was methodical. He knew how much time he had, and all he was looking for is just give me one opportunity, my man. Give me one, and I'm going to take it. And now it looks like he's trying to set it up for that one opportunity here at the Red River Rumble.
Jose can get through 1 and 2 better than Jake can. Jake's got to either really set the boat, or he's got to back off because he just skipped out down there. And Jose has been on rails through that corner.
Absolutely. And we talked about that Hoffman
Look at it now.
Runs so flat, and they can have so much more cornering speed, whereas the composite craft on the 01 of Jake McKee runs a little bit more tail heavy and more nose up. And it seems like he's really struggling to maintain that corner speed, unlike the 21 of Mendana. And boy, he has really closed the gap on McKee. We got to be under half a second between the 21 of Mendana and the 01 of McKee.
Just getting ready to come out. They are tight. Jake has to pin it, which he's comfortable doing, but that's still, there was enough room in there for Jose.
Now he's just got to make sure he can get by the trolley and leaves him a lane down there on the inside, try to find some clean water because he knows he's going to have to go across the wake of McKee. He does. Down in turn 1, I appreciate Trollian, though, holding his line. He's not in the way, but he's also not going to move out of the way. But, boy, McKee had a great turn there because he really opened up a gap there on turns 1 and 2. Surprising, considering Mendana's had a better run down there so far through this Formula Lights final.
It has, but it just takes one little bit. You know, that was set up a lap prior because of the lapper being on the outside. So Jake did a nice job, kind of used the lapper as a pick.
And that's a huge part of tunnel boat racing, especially in Formula Lights, where you have such similar power bands and such similar speeds because of that small 45 cubic inch motor. It's amazing how far you can open up a lead or have that lead dissipate with one tiny split-second decision on the race course.
Well, in all of motorsports, thousands of seconds are crucial, and there's no better example of that than here today.
Thousands of seconds in motorsports feel like a lifetime.
Yeah, that's right. But that, it just goes to show you how important the corner speed is. These guys are all running about the same on the top end.
Right. How fast can you get in and out of the corners and back up to that top end power bend down the straightaways?
You take Jose's the first heat. He said that prop was 3.5 mile an hour faster on top speed than in heat 2. He's kind of struggled, couldn't get by Dumford in the first heat. He won the second heat.
Well, how counterintuitive is it to pick a piece of equipment that's slower than one other one, but the other things, it makes up so much more ground that it ends up being the better selection?
Well, just think about it. You're running top end 2 times a lap. That's it.
Right.
You're accelerating, coming out of the corner and going through the corner, which is all acceleration. You're doing that 4 times a lap.
So twice as many times. One would figure that it's twice as important.
It's always a compromise, though. You don't want to give up too much either way.
Right. Especially if you have a longer straightaway or a narrow course.
Yeah.
Where,
I mean, if it's a big up and down and it's a long lap, that's a different story.
Right.
But with the way the course is set up on the Red River here today, I think you want acceleration more than top end.
And I think Mendana showed that because he didn't necessarily have that great top end off the beach. Once he got off the beach, it wasn't like he started to pull away or move between the 35 of Schmierbach and the 01 of McKee on the start. He was kind of right there. That tells me he doesn't have the big wheel on. He's not necessarily as worried about top end, but he's got to get through the corners quick.
He's clawing his way back, and now Jake is running on the outside, which he normally doesn't do. So I think this is an advantage for Jose right now.
Yeah, because now he's coming up on Shelby Love, and she's not going to be easy to pass, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr.
Best thing that can happen when you're coming up to lap a boat, she kind of spun it a little bit, and he had to change his line.
Now,
gives the inside white flag, though.
Oh, the white flag is out. Okay, we got 1 lap left. Boy, we were so involved in this battle, we didn't see how much time it clicked off.
Jose's going underneath.
He's got to have to.
He's going
this is his chance. He's got to try. Oh, boy, here it is. He goes down to the inside. The 01 of McKee wide to the outside. Shelby Love split the difference, trying to hang on to the lead lap.
They're trying to split her, going down the back straightaway into turn 3.
And Mendana had to move to the outside because Shelby Love took away his inside lane. And ladies and gentlemen, they come out of turns 3 and 4, off turn 4. Your winner here at the Red River Rumble and Formula Lights, number 1, Jake McKee.
That's Jake's first win on the series on a final.
Okay,
right?
I believe so. He podiumed. He was second in Bradenton. He finished, I think, third in Port Neches, and he finally got the 21 of Mendana and finished 1 spot ahead of him now. Big first win for the young driver out of Redlands, California.
Congratulations to them.
Hey, how about the 52 of Addison Dumford finishing in 4th? Boy, he had an opportunity to stay near the podium, just couldn't quite do it. 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Got to feel good. Much better than Port Neches and Bradenton. He gets back on the podium where he's really comfortable. But what an unbelievable run for Jake McKee. He started on pole. That's a tricky spot to be because all the pressure's on you. Everybody's coming after you. He stayed cool, calm, and collected. He got to the first pin first. He had a lot of pressure, but he didn't let it bug him. And man, did he run a fantastic race.
Ran a fantastic race. You could see how excited he is. He was pumping his fist in there with the canopy closed. So congratulations to him and his dad and his family and their team. What a tremendous effort.
Absolutely. The 01 of Jake McKee, your winner here by 1.48 seconds over the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Then the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And it looks like they're saying the 52 of Addison Dumford got shuffled back. I don't know if something may have happened while we were in that intense battle with McKee and Mendana. But the top three confirmed. Jake McKee, your winner. Jose Mendana in second. Mark Schmierbach in fourth. Okay finish for Shelby Love. Better than Portnetch's. Not nearly as good as Bradenton. And I would say the 52 at Addison Dumford, they count this weekend as a win. Same with the 94 at Dominic Trollian, because he battled through and he got it running at the right time, because it has been a rough mechanical year for the driver running for Bam Bam Power Sports out of Michigan.
Yeah, it is. You know, he had a rough time down in Bradenton. Very first race. Went over, barrel rolled it. Here comes Jake with the checkered flag.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you one more time. Your Red River Rumble 2026 Formula Lights champion out of the Redlands, California, number 01, Jake McKee.
But to go back to my point, Dominic went over in saltwater.
Yeah, and that's really tough, and it's plagued him ever since. Let's take a look at a recap of our Formula Lights final. Jake McKee did what pole sitters need to do. They got out in front early and dictated the race. Boy, the 21 of Mendana got pinched hard. Impressive run by the driver from Tampa, Florida, because he really got squeezed there on the opening lap and was on the outside looking in, and early on had to track down the 35 of Schmierbach, which is not an easy thing to do.
You know, he collected himself after that. He got into a groove, and once he got into that groove, he got by Mark, and then he set sail for Jake.
Yeah, you could really see the 21 of Mendana, like, it's almost like he was like, okay, I know where I'm at. This is familiar to me. I know what to do here, and he just went to work. And that's what I love about Jose Mendana Jr. He's very methodical. He plots his way around the course. He knows he's not going to get 3 or 4 opportunities, so he doesn't try to push to find extra opportunities to get by somebody. He waits for that one golden opportunity. And I can imagine, Tim, as a driver yourself, that's got to be one of the hardest things to do, to not pounce and pick the exact right moment when it presents itself.
No, that's what I was saying earlier, is you have to have a little patience.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to slow down to go faster.
Absolutely. The 24
right
Shelby
here,
Love.
That's right. When Mark went a little bit past the buoy, Jose ducked underneath. That was the opening he needed.
And all it takes is, you know, you take your mind off the guy behind you, you look out to the guy in front of you, hey, what do I got to do to catch him? Move one lane too wide, and Mendana took that opportunity and ran with it. And boy, he got close there with the 01 of Jake McKee. I think if they would have met some of the back markers at different positions on the course, we could have potentially seen a different finishing order, because Mendana was all over him for a couple of laps there.
Close, but not enough.
And right here on the final lap, Mendana is trying to find that inside line. And boy, Jake McKee is like, hey, Shelby, you just stay there to the inside. I'm going to stay out here. They scrubbed down the lane, and that closed the door on Mendana and allowed the 01 of Jake McKee to ride it all the way to victories. He's out of the cockpit now, cooling down, well-deserved after an unbelievable run for that young driver for McKee Racing.
It was so important for Jake on that last lap on the Bossier side, on the back straightaway, for him to get up next to Shelby, because once he was able to do that, that sealed it, because then he could push her, so she had to go into lane 1. Jose had no choice but to switch lanes to the outside, and it was something that wasn't going to work, but he didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I picture John McKee, his father, crew chief, and radio man's telling him, whatever you do, get side by side with Shelby and push her to the pin. And that's exactly what he did. Like you said, unbelievable run. Well, that wraps up Formula Lights. Jake McKee, your champion. We'll be right back with a word from our sponsors here at the 2026 Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night, with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, welcome back, race fans. Gotta show big love to all of our sponsors here at the 2026 Red River Rumble Round 3 on the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series. Boy, what a beautiful day. Look, the sun is shining. The crowds are lining the shores of both sides of the river, the Shreveport and the Bossier side. For those of you here on the Shreveport side, don't forget to swing down and check out the merch tent. All the fantastic IHRA merchandise from Debbie Siebel there right next to the big IHRA logo on the Shreveport side, right behind the Shreveport Aquarium. Hey, race fans, well, what a fantastic final that was in Formula Lights. Jake McKee goes wire to wire, but it wasn't without pressure from a couple of different drivers, most notably the man who finished second, the 21 of Mendana. He almost had it, and boy, what a great way to kick off finals here at the Red River Rumble.
It was an awesome final, and over the last couple of years, the Formula Lights class has been revitalized. We've got new competitors in there. We got new machinery in there, and the competition level has raised.
Absolutely it has, and no surprise when you get new, like those Hoffman composite, it forces everybody to up their game a little bit and ratchet it up, and boy, the competition, that's the best thing for the fan, right? Because of those new hulls and the new technology and the things that they're putting into the series, it ups the competition and just makes such a better show for the fans. I mean, what a fantastic race between those top 3 drivers. They were all over each other. We thought McKee was going to run away with it, but Mendana and
Schmierbach
like
were at the beginning.
He really did.
And then all of a sudden, Jose got lighter on fuel, and I think that really made a difference because you saw from about half race to the end, Jose was the fastest boat on the course.
Absolutely, especially in the corners. I mean, he was just flat out flying it through the corners and getting it back up on the straightaways as quickly as he could. I think that's where he probably made up most of the ground on McKee. But hey, tip the cap to the kid from California. Used his quasi teammate as a pick there on the final lap and secured his first victory here on the IHRA.
Oh, that's great racing prowess right there. Mm-hmm. And turn 3 and 4 ended up coming into play.
Just like you had talked about beforehand, with the course moving downriver a little bit because of the current, it changed the dynamics.
It just changed the angle of the buoys, and that was enough to disrupt the rhythm of number 35, Mark Schmierbach.
Yeah, and if you apex at the wrong spot and you overdrive it because you need to go down to the pin, you can, especially in a Formula Light, you can end up spinning out. And I can imagine Mark had that thought on his mind and had to back off just a little bit, and that left that nice little tiny tight window for the 21 of Mendana. And so right now, we're going to send things down to our pits as we are with the winner of Formula Lights, the man from the Redlands, California, the 01 of Jake McKee, as he's with Bonnie Jill. Bonnie, take it away. All right, well, looks like we're going to go back to Bonnie Jill with our winner here in just a moment. But it's, that's what's so fantastic about powerboat racing. You look at a lot of other forms of racing. There's a lot of, pack driving and drafting and things like that. And the moments don't jump up on each other as quickly as they do here in the Formula One Powerboat Series, especially in Formula Lights. Well, we're going to send things back down to Bonnie Shields. She's with Jake, our winner here in Formula Lights. What a fantastic run. Bonnie, what's Jake have to say?
Here with Jake McKee, the winner. Congratulations, first of all. What are you doing right now? You're thinking in your head. You won it all. How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel exhausted for sure. I mean, I also feel pretty hot. Just want to go cool down. But, yeah, no, it's really exciting. We worked really hard for this. My whole McKee Racing and the Clover Racing crew thrashed on my boat after qualifying to get me out here. And I owe those guys and girls the world. And, this is year number 3 of doing it and win number 1. So hopefully we can get some more in the future.
And, Jake, you dominated majority of the race. But when did you know that you actually had the finish?
Until my radio guy told me we had the checkered flag. I mean, Jose was on me all over to the very end, and a handful more laps, I don't know if I could have held him off for much longer.
How are you going to go celebrate, Jake, tonight?
Probably with the Dr. Pepper, maybe a Mountain Dew, definitely a bag of chips.
All right, go celebrate. You enjoy this.
Thank you, guys.
Guys.
All right, thanks. Bonnie Jill, what a fantastic run. You can see Jake still not necessarily comfortable in front of with the microphone and the camera in his face. Still a young driver, but boy, I think a lot of great things to come for that young driver out of the Redlands, California, and possibly even some pretty big things to come here in 2026 as he is in the catbird seat right now. A pretty good lead over the rest of the field. Mendana had a terrible opening round. Schmierbach and Shelby Love had a rough round too. The only one in that top 5 that's been super consistent has been the 01 of Jake McKee and the 52 of Addison Dumford. The only problem is Dumford's got some 4ths and 5ths. McKee's got podiums in all 3 rounds.
Been a great start to the season, but it's only the first half of the season. So we got plenty more racing to come. The competition is tight, so I don't see it getting any easier.
It's definitely not going to get easier, especially we look at some of the next rounds. We're going to have some new drivers and some a larger field in Marble Falls as well as in Alton. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here throughout the rest of the season in Formula Lights. But joining us now in the Bonnie Jill in the hot pits, the man who finished second, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. How did he feel about this final?
Here with Jose Mendana. You know what? That was a very intense battle at the end. Tell me what was going through your mind when you're going through the finish right there.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, man. But got a little bit beat on the start, and so I played catcher from the get-go. Chasing Mark there for the first half of the race held me back a little. We were able to get around him, but I needed a few more lap boats to get Jake. I think out a little bit more rough water as I was catching him in the corners, but he did one hell of a job fending me off. That last lap there when Shelby was staying in lane 1, I went for lane 1, and the seas didn't open up, so I went back to the outside. But I got to give credit to all my crew and everybody, because 48 hours ago when we got here, I would have came out of that first corner 5th or 6th because we've been so bad on our starts. But we found something this week and got more stuff to try, so it's only going to get better.
What do you take away from this performance, Jose?
Oh, I'm ecstatic. I mean, of course, I would love to win 2 seconds in a row. It's a little bit more. But I said from where we were on Friday afternoon with our beach starts, we made tons of grounds this weekend, and we have more. I get more stuff to try, more in the woodworks that I think will dial in at Marble Falls.
Great job out there. We'll see you next time.
Thank you,
guys.
And that was the man they call the Tampa Terror, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr.
Well, we got a couple things to remember about the Formula Lights before we get into Talent Cup. He is less than a half season with that boat, Jose. That's a new
race
boat.
2.
Yeah, race 2. And then you'll also have Jared Wallach back, who won Port Neches round at our next event in Marble Falls.
And he was by far the class of the field in Port Neches. Nobody had any answers for the 18 of Wallach. I know he was frustrated that he couldn't be here, but when they set out the schedule, I don't know if the Peterson Racing team realized how insanely scary fast that 18 machine was going to be in Port Neches. I can imagine if they were to go back and rewrite their plans for the 2026 season, they might have slotted in the Red River Rumble if they would have known what they were going to do in Port Neches.
Here we come for the start of the Talent Cup. So we got 4 boats out there. They get over the watercraft wave, which is good for them. And here we go. Green flag.
Green flag. How about the 77 of Colton Shane? He's on the outside.
Colton Shane got a great start.
And normally that's been the 36 of Jackson Cressy who's had the great starts this in the rest right here at the Red River Rumble. But Cressy still does have the inside lane as they go down there. Cressy bobbles a little bit, almost collides with the 77 of Colton Shane down there in turn 1. Oh no, and Shane goes dead in the water out of turn number 1. Oh, that has got to be devastating. Maybe hit the kill switch down there because looks like he got it back powered. But boy, Jackson Cressy now in the catbird seat. Could he win his first race ever? That's got to be frustrating for the young driver out of San Antonio, Texas, who went dead in the water coming out of turn number 2.
Well, it's a brand new boat that his dad built, and you know they're trying to work out some of the kinks. They're still working on the balance of the boat.
They're working at it. Well, we got the Talent Cup down here. We're going to send things back down to Bonnie Jill. She's with our third place finisher in Formula Lights. Bonnie, boy, what a race it was.
Mark Schmierbach, now tell me about this. It was very intense, but you battled your way to the podium to get in third. What was your strategy going in that finish?
Well, I think from where we started, quite proud of our race team for what we are doing. You know, we got the oldest boat, one of the oldest boats out there, and we're still winning with it. I consider that a win on our part. It was my fault. I made a mistake on a lap traffic boat, and you can't do that with Jose behind you. He capitalized, and gosh dang, if I had to play it all over, I would have made that move.
What else do you think you as challenges out there on the conditions on the water?
Well, it wasn't too challenging. I mean, I expected the conditions like they were. In fact, it got a little bumpy, but nothing our boats can handle. You just set up for that style of race and go have at it.
Thank you so much. We'll see you at the podium.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Weird to see Mark Schmierbach happy with a third place finish, but with the year he's had, he's just trying to find the highlights so far in a pretty rough season. 77 of Colton Shane gets it back running. We got a battle, though, for second and third between the 69 of Luke Brown, who had a hole in his boat. They somehow got it fixed between heat number 3 and the final here in Talent Cup, but he's got to watch out because the 24 of Addie Love's coming up on his outside, looking to make a pass.
Man,
here.
She's got some speed in that rough water.
She really does. That outside line, boy, everybody but the Loves that run F1 love that wide line here on the Red River.
She was rolling down the Bossier side of the Red River.
And made a nice pass there on the 69 of Luke Brown. Now, Luke might be taking on a little bit water. I mean, did not have very much time to patch that boat, so hopefully he can keep it together here. We are halfway through this 4-lap main event here in the Talent Cup. Again, 9 years old, the starting age to be a part of the Talent Cup. It's a very economical package. It's a great way to teach kids how to overcome adversity, how to be a gracious winner, how to plan, and how to be a part of our racing series so that when they move up to different classes, they're really comfortable with what they got to do on and off the water.
Well, at the IHRA, we want to teach our Talent Cup kids how to be good sportsmen.
All right, there's the white flag out.
How the program works, so that way when they do go to the bigger classes, they feel comfortable.
Absolutely. There's the white flag right there. Jackson Cressy. I got to say, impressive for a kid who got into the boat last week, did a couple of test sessions back at home. They got that thing dialed in, and he has been way out in front all finals long here in Talent Cup as we got the white flag out. He's just got one more turn before he gets to bring his first place win ever in the Talent Cup back home to Shreveport, Texas. I don't know if he's ready for what's going to happen later on today after this win. But ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Your winner here in Talent Cup at the Red River Rumble, number 36, Jackson Cressy. Finishing in second, the 24 of Addie Love was able to get by the 69 of Luke Brown, who's going to round out the top 3 here in the Talent Cup. But boy, I think we might see the 36 of Cressy at more races here in 2026. And Colton Shane, after that unfortunate going dead in the water down in turn 2, he was right there with Cressy. They were battling, and the boat just went dead in the water. 2. And that's the tricky thing here, right? And that's what part of the learning curve. You know, they have switches and toggles in there. They're not used to it. He could have just bumped a kill switch. It could have come undone. He had to, and then it's never happened before. So that heightened anxiety and the scrambling that they're doing in the cockpit to try to figure it out, I can imagine frustrating for the young Shane, but a good learning moment as well. Next time something like that happens, he's going to know how to handle it and how to get out of that situation much better than he did today. But hey, It's his first race ever. He had some solid runs. The finals didn't go as well as he wanted, but hey, he'll be in Marble Falls in a couple of weeks, and I have a feeling we'll probably see improvements from that number 77 machine.
He comes from a racing family, so it's going to be there. You hear all the screams down his family right down underneath the bridge.
Yeah, they're
That's
very
fantastic.
Excited. Ladies and gentlemen, here you put your hands together one more time. Your Talent Cup winner here at the Red River Rumble, number 36. Mr. Jackson Cressy. And there's the 77 of Colton Shane. You know, hey, everybody else may be done, but Colton was like, listen, guys, I lost a lap there. Darn it, I am getting my 4 laps in, whether it's during the race or right after it. I don't care.
He's got to get all the laps in. When we were kids growing up and they'd put us out there, they'd only give us so much gas because nobody would come in until they ran out of gas.
You're having so much fun out on the water. Like, I don't care if the race ended 3 laps ago.
Right.
I want to keep running out here and having fun. That sentiment carries throughout all powerboat racing, right? If there have been times out here, you take a look at the unofficial results, the 36 of Cressy, followed by the 24 of Love, the 69 of Brown, and the 77 of Colton Shane. But we've even seen it in Formula One. We've got our referees throwing the black flag, and it's like the guys are having too much fun, and they're like, nah, I'm going to go do an extra couple of laps. But you got to watch out for those extra laps.
Yeah, you do.
We won't go into details about it. But you take too many laps, you burn too much fuel, and if you find yourself underweight, it can go from really, really fun to really, really bad real quick.
You know, number 24 of Addie Love, though, she adds to her points total for the season.
Yeah, she got first in Port Neches, a solid second here in round number 2 for them. So she's definitely got some room out up front, especially because Jackson Cressy had to step in for the 36 of Logan Brown, who's unable to be here. But take a look. What a great start. And how much better that 2x2 was from Heat 1 to the final.
Oh, yeah.
And the growth.
They learned a lot.
And the maturity in these drivers here just through a couple of heats. But there we saw the 76.
Colton, actually, he was out front then.
Oh, no, he was just on the inside. They were side by side. Shane had that outside line, and then the boat just goes dead in the water down there in the opening turn. That's got to be absolutely frustrating. But he'll learn from it. They'll help him understand why it happened and move on.
Well, the good thing is it could have been a positioning of a switch, but he had the wherewithal to get it started again and go out and finish the race. So proud of him for that.
Absolutely. That intestinal fortitude is something that's very important for all of our drivers because you're going to be put in tough spots and you're going to have to know how to handle it. And the drivers that know how to handle the tough spots are the ones that are going to find themselves on the podium more often than not.
It very rarely goes to plan. So you have to be able to adapt, not only for a race, for a start, for the entire race, the weekend, so you make the best of it.
Absolutely. I'm very curious, though, does Jackson Cressy and the rest of his family realize what happens when you win your first race? It'll be interesting to see.
2 guys are going to go through that this weekend.
Yes, they are. Both going to possibly go swimming here in the Red River. And it'll be a nice little cool down here as the temps start to click up a little bit here in beautiful northwest Louisiana. Right on the shores of the Red River here downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. It's the 3rd annual Red River Rumble. And what a fantastic run it was in the Talent Cup. And we've got a couple of finals left, Tim. Just the Tri-Hulls and the Formula Ones put a bow on round number 3. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors with the conclusion of the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
My Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, race fans, welcome back here to the final conclusions of racing here at the Red River Rumble in 2026. We've got a couple of classes left on the water now. It's the tri-hulls, as they're going to do battle across 20 laps around 2 pins here on the Red River to crown a champion in 2026. The 56 of Clint Dillard and everybody else in the field is getting loaded in. We're going to send things down here before we get underway here in the tri-hull final with Bonnie Jill, as she's with one of our drivers.
Here with Jackson Cressy. Now, Jackson, this is your first race ever this weekend, and you win it all. How do you feel?
Pretty cool. I don't know. I just came out here to help somebody or whatever, and I only had like 2 hours of practice, so I just came out here and did my best.
Well, you're a multi-sport athlete. Your mama tells me that you play baseball and you're on the boat, so you do it all, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
What can you say about your mom and dad and how much support that they've been giving you this weekend?
They've been giving me a lot of support. I appreciate it a lot because both of them go with me almost every single weekend to do stuff.
What are you going to do to celebrate?
I don't really know. I don't really know.
Well, you go have fun. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Guys, back to you.
All right, well, that was the 36 of Jackson Cressy, the driver out of Freeport, Texas, getting his first win in his first race. Boy, that's got to feel fantastic for the young driver out of Freeport, Texas. He's smiling ear to ear down there with Bonnie Jill. Yeah, pretty good interview, for not too bad for a youngin' in his first powerboat race in his career. I have a feeling this might be a first of few. We might see a 5th boat out on the water there in the Talent Cup here in a few weeks as we go to round 4 in Marble Falls, Texas for the battle on the Colorado. All right, well, unfortunately right now you're just going to have to listen to me. We're working on getting one of our headsets down here back up and running as we get ready to dial in the tri-hull final again. Rolling start, 2x2. Who's going to come out on top? The 17 of Neil Marsh is right there up front, along with the 69 of Cole Waring, as they are inside and outside of row 1. The driver from Michigan versus the series points leader in the 69 of Waring are going to fill up row 1. Then the 10 of Tanner Rinker in row 2. The question is can he get back out on the water after his motor sheared off the back of his Texas Tri-Hull? I don't know if I see him out there yet. It'll be interesting to see. The one boat I don't see out there, though, is the 37 of Mason Rinker. But again, we're going to go back. Row 3, Aaron Green, his best start ever in a Tri-Hull final, coming on the inside of row 3. And then there's the outside of row 3. That's where the 37 of Mason Rinker is supposed to be. Now, if he can't make it out on the water, that's going to shuffle up the 13 of Jared Shelton, who won qualifying heat number 3. And now he's had that rookie status removed. So that means that the 13 of Shelton can start where he qualified, and he can run it as hard as he can and see if he can't find his way on the podium as he's on the inside of row 4. On the outside of row 4, the 26 of Briston Sherman hasn't necessarily had the greatest run here this weekend after some pretty bad damage sustained in the third qualifying heat in the last round. So just trying to shake the gremlins out and collect some valuable points. Then it's the 03 of Austin Terry on the inside of row 5. And that's not the DD1, that's actually the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware, filling up the outside row of row 5 there, and that wraps up our top 10 lineup here in Tri-Hull. Rounding out the field on the inside of row 6, the 56 of Clint Dillard. On the outside of row 6, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. On the inside of row 7, the 88 of Josh Wells. And then our lone rookie left in the class, that's the 12 of Evan LaBeouf. We might also shuffle in there the 03 of Austin Terry. However, Austin lost his motor cowling, and we just got to hope that that boat was able to get back out on the water and not take on any All right, we've got him lined back up. I'm trying to count the boats down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only see 10 boats out there on that far end of the course, so I'm curious what's going to happen here. I don't know if I see either Rinker out on the race course. That's going to make things very difficult. So we're just moments away from getting these guys rolling here for their 20-lap main event here on the shores of the Red River as we look to crown a champion in Tri-Hull. There's the 69 of Cole Waring. He's going to be on the outside of row 1. And I think Neil Marsh has found himself a new arch nemesis in Tri-Hull leading into 2026. Prior to this, it was the battles between Neil Marsh and Grant Schubert. Well, Grant Schubert choosing to focus on Formula One in 2026 after winning the 2025 title, his second Tri-Hull championship, said, hey, I got a lot to prove yet in Formula One. I've done everything I can do here in Tri-Hull, and so I'm going to just focus on Formula One, so we're going to get after it in that class. But, of course, Neil was maybe hoping to, not have to have a nemesis anymore in the Texas Tri-Hull, but another Outlaw team member slid right into that spot vacated by the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's the series points leader. He's got a little bit of room over the 69 of Waring, but those two are going to do battle on row 1 here in this 20-lap main event in Tri-Hull here at the Red River Rumble. All right, apologize, race fans. We've got working through some technical difficulties. This is what happens in live events. We'll be right back with the Tri-Hull final here after another word from our sponsors here at the Red River Rumble.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The IHRA Stock Car Series is live next weekend on Speed Sport 1. Round 3 of the 2026 season is at Newport Speedway. Big money is on the line and drivers are hungry for a piece of the pie. To get tickets to the event, go to IHRA.com. If you can't be there, we've got you covered. Qualifying will be at 3 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2. The main events will be on Speed Sport 1 starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And welcome back, race fans, here to the 2026 Red River Rumble. Round 3 here on the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series. Thomas Yarborough, Tim Siebold bringing you all the live racing action all weekend long. We had a fantastic Formula Lights final. Jake McKee, your champion. Jose Mendana in second. Mark Schmierbach third. Jackson Cressy taking the Talent Cup, followed by Addie Love. And rounding out the field of the podium there, the 69 of Luke Brown. And now we've got bumper boats at 65 miles an hour coming up. And, Tim, it is going to be an unbelievable run. We've got the multi-time Tri-Hull champion on the inside of row 1. And the up-and-comer who's sitting out there in points with a solid points lead coming in around 3, Cole Waring, going to do battle in the inside and outside of row 1.
You know, Cole has not had a great starting position in any of these heat races so far. So this will be the first time he's on the front row. But guess who's to his inside? Neil.
The one guy he didn't want on the inside is the guy he finds there. So I have a feeling that we're going to see a gnarly battle between those two. And, boy, it's going to be a tough road for the 69 of Waring if the 17 of Marsh can get out in that clean water, because we've seen what he can do, and that is pull away from the field quickly if he gets that clean water coming out of turn number 1.
Mason Rinker back out there in 5th position. So that is a big bonus. They got that boat turned back around, and now we're going to go from 7 laps to 20 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be a big difference for all our drivers here in trial. And then, unfortunately, the 10 of Tanner Rinker is the one who drew the short end of the stick there, as they were unable to get the motor mounts corrected and fixed on the back of that number 10 machine. And he's going to have to watch the Tri-Hull final from the shores of the Red River. Got to be frustrating for that young driver.
Oh, I'm sure it is. As coming back as the defending champion of this race, that's disappointing.
And that was really his launching pad for the rest of 2025. That from there, he really started to solidify himself as one of the top drivers. Got to be frustrating to have such polar opposites one year after another at the same race site.
It's crazy, the emotions that you get in motorsports.
It is, and there's nothing he can do about it. You know, it wasn't necessarily anything he did, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are just moments away from Green Flag Racing here in Texas Tri-Hull final here at the Red River Rumble. There it is, green flag go. Waring gets a jump on him. What a great run there by the 69.
Who's going to get through the rough water?
Boy, Waring's going to pitch. Oh, look out, Neil. Marsh, they are real wild going over those rollers that their own boats created down there on the backstretch right before the start. But boy, that almost sent Neil Marsh on his head. That was...
Oh, my gosh. nobody was backing off. Neil and Cole, those two guys, Ottinger slid out a little bit too far. Two guys passed him on the inside.
It's, hey, sometimes you just got to have no fear to stick it in there.
Oh, Neil almost goes over.
Oh, boy, wow, what an uncharacteristic mistake by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Almost snap rolling it outside of the exit turn 1 on the north end of the course, and that gives the 69 of Cole Waring a lead. But, hey, you know what? If anybody's going to have that happen to them and collect themselves and get back into it, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. Let's take a look. We got the replay going in the bottom left corner as we stay with our leader, the 69 of Cole Waring. Let's see what caused that almost rollover from the 17 of Neil Marsh on the previous lap as he tries to make up ground on the 69 of Waring, the leader who's out in front. Let's take a look at that down in the left-hand corner there. We got to see what happened. Here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh around the turn.
He hooks it. And when he does, the current takes it and almost puts him over.
Wow, I mean, just to keep it upright is impressive in its own right. And he's now at least kept himself in a position to fight for the title here at the Red River Rumble. But how about the 37 of Mason Rinker? He's already got himself up into 3rd position.
So they're going to have to contend with Mason before the end of this race.
Absolutely. He's not going anywhere, especially after what happened in heat number 3, considering both of the guys in front of him tagged him on either side and were part of the reason why his boat sank in the Red River before we get it clipped by our rescue team. So he's going to have a little extra motivation here in the Tri-Hole final.
Look at number 63, Aaron Green, running up there in 5th spot right now.
Yeah. Oh no, Ottinger missed turn number 2. Aaron Green moves up into 4th position. Ottinger caught a rogue wave coming into the entrance of turn number 2 down to the south, turn number 1 down to the south end of the course, hooked it to the infield and had to circle back around. And Aaron Green and Briston Sherman now are trying to find themselves in a position where they can fight for that top spot, for that 3rd spot on the podium. But they got a lot of room between them and the man in 3rd, the 37 of Mason Rinker.
There's been 2 boats. Mason Rinker, there's Ottinger. He's having troubles. He can't see or something because he's frustrated with himself. He ran inside the turn down in 1, and then he just hit the buoys in turn 2, but so did Green and Mason Rinker.
There we take a look here up top here on the left side of the screen. There's a 33. Yeah, he just tried to set it tight to the buoy, and it just hooked a little early on him, and he had to circle back around. Now, he had the wherewithal to circle back around, so he's still on the lead lap. Oh, no, the 54 of Darren Ware goes dead in the water. But, boy, Cole Waring, he has got a big lead right now, but there's one thing that Neil Marsh knows unequivocally. They are going to get into back markers, and he's got a lot more experience in that than the 69 of Cole Waring does, and I have a feeling the 17 of Marsh is banking on that being the moments where he can find a place to make his jump for that top spot here as him and Waring do battle.
Turn 1 is extremely rough right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's so rough. We've got the Tri-Holes are trying to avoid the Formula 1 turn 4 just going so wide because they just can't hold on to the boat on a tight line out of turn number 1.
Well, they're bouncing all over the place, upsetting the boat from left to right, and that's making them have a hard time turning.
Oh boy, Waring, I'm surprised there. He goes down tight to the inside. That was a risky move. And we've got to watch out because Marsh has got Mason Rinker all over him. And you can see the fact that Mason Rinker got up on the 17 of Marsh early has allowed the 69 of Waring to really open up a lead here as we're 13 laps remaining in this 20-lap final here in Tri-Hole.
That's right. Neil's got Mason in the number 37 all by himself.
Oh, no, and Ottinger. So we have now shifted. The 1-pin turn on the south end of the course has actually now become turn 2 on the F1 course because the struggles continue for the 33 at Ottinger as he hooks another buoy and has got both of them tied behind the back of that Texas Tri-Hole. Hey, at least for him, he didn't pop him, so there's no fine, just a penalty lap here in Texas Tri-Hole for the 33 of Ottinger.
Oh my gosh, he's having a nightmare of a race.
He really is. Why is it we see so many things that never happen in any other form of powerboat racing in Tri-Hole? We had the DD1 of Andy Miller last year land his boat on top of 2 buoys. Now we had a guy dragging him around like a couple of parachutes on the back of a drag race, back of a dragster.
I don't know. If it can happen, it happens in Tri-Hole.
Absolutely. Murphy's Law racing at its finest.
That's right. But Mason Rinker is pulling up on Neil, and he looks better through the rough water right now.
Oh,
Somebody's engine cowling laying in the middle of the course.
And that is, you know what? They may have tried to put another one on the back of the 03 of Austin Terry, and he may have lost it again because he's the only one I see out there without a rear cowling, and that looks to me, as it disappears underneath the water, that looks to me to be like a Pro XS 4-stroke cowling, not a 2-stroke Johnson cowling. So, boy, Austin Terry and his father Dustin going to have some bills to pay buying some people new cowlings for the back of their 4-stroke tri-hull motors.
I don't think I've seen the Red River this rough from the tri-hulls in years past.
And let me ask you this, with the river being so much shallower compared to the last 2 years, almost approximately 8 feet down from where we were last year here, does that make the water even rougher when you're running in shallower water?
Well, I think it does, because with the water being lower, you don't have the natural grade of the bank coming off the water. So now it's more of a seawall situation almost,
much
where
more vertical.
It's bouncing right back into the course.
Absolutely. The 37 of Mason Rinker is doing a fantastic job of staying with the 17 of Neil Marsh.
They're in turn one side. Well, he's getting deck to deck with them. Give it a couple more laps. I think you're going to see Mason pull up on Neil. He just looks like he has a better handling package right now in the rough water.
Which is very uncharacteristic for Neil Marsh. Normally, he's Mr. Smooth on the water guy. But, boy, ever since that opening lap where he hooked it down there in turn number 2 on the north end of the course, seems like the handling's just been a little off for the man from Michigan in the number 17 machine.
Well, and Mason is as good as there is to drive it deep into the corner, and Neil's not able to do that right now. But, you know, as usual, as soon as we say that, Neil pulls a couple boat links out on him.
I swear it's like he's got the phone in his breast pocket with the live stream playing. That way he can hear what we're saying. And as soon as we say something that maybe a little bit detrimental to the Neil Marsh, he's like, let me show you guys. Boy, the 37 of Mason Rinker really got it wild there coming down the straightaway. He almost did what Neil Marsh did on the opening lap. But Cole Waring, after that one bobble by the 17 of Neil Marsh on the opening lap, boy, Cole Waring's really looked in control here on the Red River. And the one benefit for the 69 of Cole Waring in some of this rougher water, some guys have to put weight in their boat to make weight. Now, Cole, like myself, a little bit of a bigger individual. He's got a little bit of a lighter boat build to compensate for that.
He's trying to get out around the outside of Ottinger. Ottinger is pushing him out of the way.
Well, yeah, Ottinger wants nothing to do with anywhere near any of the pins here on the tri-hull courses. We've got kind of a Kitty Wampus 45-degree angle now because they just recognize, well, Ottinger took out our turn on the south end of the course. Let's just take over turn number 2 on the Formula 1 course and use that as the south end turn. And you know what?
That's if they know the difference.
Correct. It's just the orange and a yellow buoy. That's all they care about.
That's right. They're like, yeah, okay.
Oh, boy, now Mason Rinker, we stay with the 69 of Waring, but when we get back onto the 37 of Mason Rinker, he's struggling to get through some of those back markers, and it started to allow the 17 of Neil Marsh to get a little bit more breathing room and maybe set his sights harder on the 69 of Cole Waring. Is, boy, the further they get over there, and I think is turn 4 possibly moving. We lost one of the buoys as they've now separated. And they might be moving to the Bossier side of the river more and more. And the closer they get to the Bossier side, the rougher the water gets here with 4 laps to go in this tri-hull final here at the Red River Rumble.
Well, when a buoy is moving like that, the leader dictates what happens for the rest of the field. Meaning if the leader goes around it, you have to go around it.
Gotcha. Okay, so since the 69 of Cole Waring continues to go around it, boy, I've never seen a 45-degree angled race course across a body of water. But if they keep going that way, they might end up on the shore. Thankfully, there's only 3 laps left, so they might be able to get all 3 laps in before those buoys float all the way to the Bossier side of the Red River.
I've got my fingers crossed for them. This has been some attrition on our buoys.
Yeah, it has. We lost Darren Ware. He's over there on the far side of the coast. There's Aaron Green. Aaron Green's hanging on to 4th place. Not bad, considering, boy, he has been pushing hard all weekend. This is going to potentially be his best finish. Now we go back to that battle for 2nd place between the 17 of Marsh. Now Rinker, amazingly, closes the gap again. He has those momentary lapses that allows the 17 of Neil Marsh to pull away, but then he recovers very, very well, Tim.
Neil's coming on out of here, and that's a tough pass. Neil parks it in the corner.
Oh, no.
Rinker goes to the outside, has drive off the corner, makes the pass on the Bossier side.
Wow, with just a couple laps to go, we've got a change on the podium. The 37 of Mason Rinker, surprisingly easily getting by the 17 of Neil Marsh. That was such an uncharacteristic turn.
He goes wide. Here comes Neil again.
Yeah, white flag is out. White flag is out. Oh, no, the 17 of Neil Marsh looks like maybe he's having some motor issues or something's happening there, because you thought he had room to make the move, but just didn't come off the corner with any power.
He had to bury it down there to stay on the inside, and when he did, he had no drive coming out of the corner. Mason went to the outside, could keep his speed up, and it worked out.
As, ladies and gentlemen, he comes around turn number 2 on the north end of course. Your winner for the 2nd race in a row and extending his points lead on the Tri-Hull F1 Powerboat Series Championship, number 69, Cole Wearing. And in 2nd place after a great penultimate lap pass, the 37 of Mason Rinker in 2nd. And you know what? The 17 of Neil Marsh, you know he's going to be frustrated, but solid points. He's keeping himself in the conversation. What a great run for 3rd place for the 17 of Neil Marsh here at the Red River Rumble.
Great run for Cole. You know, his nickname's Mullet, number 69. Did a great job today. Took advantage of a mistake by Neil, number 17. And as a result, he stretches out the points lead.
Yep.
And then you've got the story of Mason Rinker coming from a sunk boat.
All the way back to 2nd on the podium.
All the way back to 2nd in the final.
What could he have done if he would have been right behind Waring in row 2 instead of mired back in row 4 upon the start of this Tri-Hull final? We could have had a real interesting final, but what a great run it was there for the 69 of Cole Wearing. A fantastic run for the driver from Richmond, Texas, running for Walker Engineering and Burnshausen Oil. He collects that checkered flag, Tim. And man, this is a guy, nobody works harder in the Outlaw pits than Cole Wearing. He's always grinding, whether it's on his Tri-Hull or Bristons or anybody.
He's a team player.
And he's such a hard worker. And this is what happens. This is what you love to see happen to the people who put in the hard work. When it pays off for them, you know they deserve it. You know they had it coming. And it's, boy, nobody's going to have a better night here tonight in Shreveport-Bossier than the 69 of Cole Wearing.
In true Tri-Hull fashion, he's taken a reverse victory lap.
Yes, why go the way that you raced? Let's change things up. Let's go backwards for a lap or two. But what a great run it was for the 69 of Cole Wearing. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear you one more time. Your Tri-Hull champion here at the 2026 Red River Rumble, number 69, Mr. Cole Wearing.
Well, that lived up to the anticipation.
Yes, it did. We knew it was going to be a battle, and Neil...
We didn't know how, but we knew it was going to be a down and dirty. And, we haven't seen anything like that out of Neil for quite some time. He still is on the podium. Cole Wearing, first place, deserves it.
Absolutely. Mason Rinker keeping himself in the hunt for the series championship as well with a solid 2nd. And how about Aaron Green finishing in 4th? His best finish in the Tri-Hull class. He's got some great momentum going into the next round in Marble Falls. And then Briston Sherman, rough weekend after damage from the last round, really had his boat kind of out of whack, but finishes in the top 5.
He was on Aaron's transom at the checkered.
It was right there. I think he just finally got everything worked out here at the final, and it's tough when you finally get the gremlins worked out in the final because you haven't had any comfort with that setup and running at optimal speeds. The 03 of Austin Terry, nice run as well.
Oh, great finish for Austin.
Considering he didn't have an engine cowling for most of that race.
Or any of the others.
Yeah. And then down towards the bottom, the man in that John Deere green machine who collected probably every buoy on the race course, the 33 of John Ottinger. The 42 of Wyatt Ziller still having a bit of a rough year here in 2026. I thought I would have seen better movement from him, getting more comfortable with that 4-stroke, but it still seems
he was just
like
off a little bit this weekend.
He's still struggling a little bit. And then you know, Caddy would have been in the mix, except for 3 laps in, the boat went dead. He had to be a spectator for the majority of that tri-hull final.
Well, I'm very pleased because we didn't have anybody go over, and we were able to run the entire event. So
albeit we didn't run it on the regular course. We picked up a new buoy halfway through, and let's take a look at the recap. The start was gnarly. I mean, they were all over each other when they dropped the green flag.
Look at these two at the front.
Just clipping on top of those waves.
They were not giving it an inch.
And then here was that moment, right? It was early, which was surprising. Neil Marsh got a little out of control going wide. And 69 of Cole Waring, he took advantage of it, never looked back, Tim.
No, he didn't. And once he got into the lead, he did not have a misstep.
Right, and then the 37 of Mason Rinker, he starts to, he struggled a little bit. Oh, there he picks up the buoys.
So those were our original buoys.
So they must have gotten clipped loose, as well as the 33 of Ottinger picking up those outer course markers, which are the F1 turn number 2.
The F1, so this seems like it was legal.
Well, but then who took out the buoys and clipped them from their mooring at the bottom of the river, because they were floating very much to the Bossier side of the river, and here's that move with 2 laps to go.
Neil had to bury it to stay on the inside. Mason kept the momentum up on the outside, and that was all it took.
And normally there's nobody better at burying the boat and coming out of the corner quick than Neil Marsh. But he just wasn't able to pull it off here. But what a fantastic run it was for their man right there, the 69 of Cole Waring. He goes back-to-back, winning in round 2 and round 3. We're going to send down the pits. He's with Bonnie Joe.
Good job, Mason. Cole Waring, mullet. He started second, finished first. How are you feeling right now?
Man, I'm fired up. I wasn't really expecting this. I knew it was going to be a hard race. Neil on the pole, everybody knows he's good at winning. So get through the first turn, he pushed me out, signature move. I said, well, I got to do something. And I got the greatest gift from God in the second turn when he about rolled it, and I, got out in front, and I just fought for my life to stay there the rest of the race. I had a mirror full of Mason Rinker behind me and Neil, and I said, man, I just got to keep going, and somehow pulled it off.
Well, you're really dialed in and locked in. When did you know that you had that race under control?
Honestly, I never knew I had it under control. Like I said, even towards the end, I'd come around and, I'd hook a little bit or something. It's so rough out there, and look in the mirror, and they're right on me. I said, man, you never have it till the end. So just, was able to pull it off. Pretty fired up about it. But
I can tell the adrenaline's still going, but how does Mullet celebrate?
Oh, man, lots and lots of beers. Lots and lots of beers.
Well, why don't you go enjoy a cold one, all right?
Will do. Thank you.
Go celebrate. Guys, back to you.
A man of simple pleasures, the 69 of Cole Waring. We did some fun stuff in the pits. You can check it out on our social media platforms, by the way, at IHRA F1 Powerboat Series, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all the socials. Make sure you go to our YouTube page, especially if you're watching live from wherever you are across the world. Smash that subscribe button, and you'll get notified when we go live. But we did this fun thing, 2 truths and a lie. And Cole's lie was, man, I hate beer. And then what did he do immediately that they caught on camera? He immediately pulled out a beer, cracked it open, and started drinking. So he's going to have a couple of cold ones, well-deserved for the driver from Richmond, Texas.
That was after racing hours.
Oh, absolutely.
So
it was on Friday evening.
I just want to make that point crystal clear.
Absolutely. It was well after testing on Friday, probably about 6, 7 o'clock. We were way past racing. But, boy, you know what? Hey. You put in the work.
He got it done today.
You get it done. And, boy, he's going to have the biggest lead we've seen in Tri-Hull in quite some time here. Will the 69 of Cole Waring? Can he do 3 in a row? But we're going to send things back down to the pits as Bonnie Jill's with another one of our Tri-Hull racers. Bonnie Jill?
Mason Rinker joining me now. Number 37. Now, you were battling the whole way. What was the kind of adjustments you wish you would have made?
Well, the best adjustment we made was getting the boat back together. We sank in heat 3. That was a big ordeal. We just got it fired up, got down the river just in time for the start, trying to keep it upright. That was the biggest adjustment, and we went out there. It was so rough. I mean, I was fighting for my life just trying to keep it up. Great drivers out there. Neil Marsh, couldn't get past him. He held me off for a solid 19 laps. Unfortunately for him, his motor kicked out at the last lap, and I got him. So we're happy with the second place.
But what are some positives you can take away from this race?
Positive is that we're fast. We're real fast, and if we can keep this up, I think we got a good chance at the points championship this season. Super close with all these guys, and this is just going to make it even closer.
What kind of confidence does it help you moving on and moving forward?
Well, I know that I have full confidence in the boat. We got it all dialed in. It feels great to go out there and get second place. You know, you're always chasing first, but starting fifth and getting all the way up to second, it's not too bad. So can't complain about that.
Well, thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Boy, he's in the hunt. If anybody, right, it's him and Neil Marsh are on the outside. They're not right there next to him. They're right there next to him. Now, he knows he's going to have a couple of really good weekends in the next couple of rounds and try to find a way to beat Cole Waring. But considering he sank in the third qualifying heat, he probably didn't even know if he was going to collect any points in the final. And to come away with a second, boy, that's got to feel real good.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You know, when you have that kind of a disaster happen in the third heat, and then you're going for the final, you've got to be a guy that's mentally strong and confident like Mason is in order to be able to jump in the boat, barely make the starting line, and then put it on the podium in second place.
Yeah,
so that speaks
impressive.
to him and his mentality.
And his team as well, right? Because he had the faith and trust in them that they could get the back running, and it allowed him to maybe have a little less stress going in. Once he got in, he ran it all the way to second place on the podium. We're going to send things back now as Bonnie Gills with the 17 of Neil Marsh, the man who finished third on the podium. Bonnie Jill?
Neil Marsh with third finish. What are the adjustments or different things that you think would have helped you today?
Well, not to roll over in the second corner and show everybody the bottom of the boat. The first corner is usually pretty treacherous just on each other and diving, but the second corner we go back through our rollers from the starts. And this whole weekend has been it's kind of like you're going through the trough. And I slid out a little bit and I stuck it in one of them, and I had a hold of my belts. I'm like, well, here we go. So I corrected a little bit and I got back on my feet and we were rolling. It's great. Great running boat. I did not want to be in third place, that's for sure. Second was marginal. I wanted to win that thing, but Mason was on my heels, and I gave up a few corners and reeled him in and let him reel me in anyways. And then it bogged out a few times. I don't know what's going on, and it lost some power. But luckily, salvage a podium, and that's what we named that engine on there. So we like to do that. But we've had a lot of success there in the IHRA Powerboat series, and Mullet's he's got a roll going here. We did this a couple years ago. We were able to get a bunch of top spots throughout the 24 season. We actually won this race, so it's good to see some really good competition. But one couple more positions, I'd be a lot happier right now.
Mechanical issues, but you still hit the podium. So how proud are you and your crew?
Oh, I can't say enough. My crew, my family, all my sponsors. We come a long way. We had a rough couple of weeks. We had a big hole in the bottom last week, and we fixed it at home on ourselves. And we got the bottom come apart right now on this one. So we're gonna leave it here with JH. They're gonna fix it for us, take it to Marble Falls, and we'll be back on top. We'll be ready.
We'll be ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the 17 of Neil Marsh. You can tell the most dejected podium finisher we've probably seen in a while. He's not used to relinquishing spots. That happened here. And like he said, it sounds like the repairs from round 2 when he got together with the 26 of Briston Sherman and put a big old gash through the bottom of that boat's going to have to get a little bit more attention and love, which is frustrating. But, boy, the folks at JH Performance Boats, they'll take care of it. Well, coming up next, we've got the Formula One final. We'll be right back with a word from our sponsors here at the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Samstown Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Samstown Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Samstown Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana? really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you by Raising Cane's, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. Welcome back, race fans, as the racing continues here at the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series, Round 3, Red River Rumble here in beautiful Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. And we've got one final race on the docket here before we put a bow on Round 3 and head towards Marble Falls, June 5th through 7th. And that's the Formula Ones who are out on the water now. As that man right there, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, is looking to find another victory in that Anderson Marine machine. As many as he had last year, Tim, in 2025, yet to find the top spot on the box, the 17 of Dylan Anderson here in 2026. Got to be a weird place for the driver from Nashville, Tennessee, but he's going to be doing battle with the likes of Spencer Love and Jared Jensen, and this might just be the weekend for him to get off the schneid and back on the top spot on the box.
Well, he's set the one-lapper pole, and he's on pole for the final. So he's got a really good chance right now to finish the weekend off. Right next to him is number 24. We also got word that Dustin Terry is going to jump in Grant Schubert's original boat and be out there for the final.
So it sounds like maybe they had a little bit more time today to inspect, and it maybe wasn't as badly damaged as they thought, but they've already got all of Grant's stuff move over to the 4-stroke Ray Bob's machine. So
he'll stay in that.
Absolutely, but Dustin's just looking to get some points.
Yeah, and this way, then Dustin can salvage some points.
Right, he'll go to the back of the dock, but any of the points he's collected so far from yesterday, albeit not a ton, it's still every point counts, especially here on the IHRA F1 Powerboat Series. So let's take a look again at that grid lineup. On pole position, the man running for Anderson Marine out of Nashville, Tennessee, with that big APX 250 V8 4-stroke on the back of the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Spencer comes off the dock like a rocket, but so do the 2 guys behind him.
Yeah, he's starting second off the start pontoon. Right behind him, they call him Get Out of My Way. He is Jeremiah Mayo, the birthday boy, starting third off the start pontoon here in the Formula One final.
Chris Rinker had an awesome third heat, won it, and got off the dock good, so we're looking for good things from him.
And then there was the man who probably had the best start we have seen on the series all season long in qualifying heat number 2, but then he lost an electrical component on the back of that 2-stroke outboard. He had to pull off the race course, and now he's coming 5th off the start pontoon. But if he has another start like that, I don't know if he'll be in 5th for very long once this final gets underway.
You know, he's still on the 5th lane. So the good thing is he's in the first gate.
Right.
So that's positive. But Jeff Reno has been consistent all weekend. He's got himself on a 6th-place starting position.
Hey, right there where he wanted to be, have an opportunity to get a top 5. And then there's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's in that Ray Bob's all white with orange trim 4-stroke motor, starting in 7th position.
New boat. Aiden doing a good job this weekend. He's getting more used to the boat. He's kept himself out of trouble. So hopefully he's going to have a good weekend.
And then we've got the The 99 of Travis Yates and the 71 of Jimmy Kerr are going to round out the first flag. And then we got word that the 101 of Dustin Terry stepping into the 13 of Grant Schubert's boat that was damaged yesterday. They somehow figured out that boat was going to be able to stay together. He's going to start on that second flag, but collecting some valuable points because he knows, just give me an outside shot come to the final race of the year in Miami. If I got an outside shot, that's all I can ask for, especially after some of that unfortunate motor damage yesterday in qualifying heat number 2.
Yeah, that makes a big difference, him salvaging some points.
And that's one of the things that, for a while we didn't see as much. When somebody had something happen, they'd pull off the race course, park it for the weekend. But I remember the days, and you remember these well, where sometimes you'd be in the final and you'd have 2 or 3 guys just cruising around the outside because they didn't want to come off the course because they wanted to collect any extra points in case somebody fell out and couldn't finish. That gave them just a few more points because the battle for that season championship was such a tight battle throughout the entire season.
That's right. You don't want to, 1 position and 1 point, 2 points, 5 points after the entire season. That could make the difference between first or second place.
Right, and you'd hate to look back and say, I pulled off instead of staying out there and 2 guys broke, and those 5 points would have, if I would have been able to stay out, I would have collected 6 points, and that 5 points would have been no big deal because I would have been 1 point ahead of him. Instead, I'm now 1 spot down the final season standings.
I've been in that position and lost championships by as little as 2 points.
Oh, that's got to be absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, it's the way it goes, but that's just part of it. So that's why you fight so hard for every single point.
Yeah, you have to, especially on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. I would say, some of, if not potentially the best powerboat racing competition in the world today in 2026. Nobody does it better than us here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. And I think that's really attributed to the fact that you have to drive through the field in our reverse order of points qualifying. You have to lay down a fast lap, and it really gives a complete picture of who's got the best total setup on a race weekend. And it really forces you to fight hard for every single point. And man, top to bottom, boy, nobody does it better than the IHRA.
Well, it just speaks to the competition level. All this has grown. We've tried to grow every aspect of it, and when it comes to competition level, that's up to the individual teams. We try and make the rules as have as much parity as possible between all the packages. But you know what? When it comes down to it, these are the guys that are competitive, and that's why they keep elevating the level.
Let's talk about, trying to keep that parity and that level playing field. We have 2 very different, very distinct motor packages here in the F1 class on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. 1, 2.5-liter V6 Mercury 2-stroke. The 800-pound gorilla, the standard for multiple decades across the world in powerboat racing. Now Mercury stepping into the 4-stroke game from a performance standpoint, and those big 250 V8 4.6-liter V8s. Where is the tipping point where you try to find that parity between those 2 different packages? Because I know you and your partner that runs the series, John Schubert, spent a lot of time, and that was very important for you guys to get right from the jump when the series was started back in 2017.
Well, it's always a work in progress, but thanks to our partners at Mercury Racing, we were able to do extensive testing with them and their engineering team, and we came up with a package. We started with 1 package, and it wasn't quite what we were looking for, but it seems like it's very close right now. So I would say right now everything's working like it should.
And it's one of those things that, of course, you readdress every off season. You make minute changes, because I can appreciate the parity allows for the driver's skill to be the showcasing point that separates the winner of the series from everybody else, versus somebody who can come out and just buy all the fastest equipment and blow everybody out of the water.
No, it never wants to turn into that. We never want it to turn into that. We want everything to be on a level playing field, no matter what the budget is. So we want guys to come out. A lot of it's driver preference. They like a prop, they like a boat, they like a package, one better than the other. So it comes down to their preference.
Yeah, and we've seen the 17 of Dylan Anderson be very fast in his two-stroke boat, but is continually, race after race, sticks with that four-stroke. I think he's really found his driving style fits the best in that four-stroke package with that APX on the back of that Anderson Marine machine, whereas the 52 of Rinker and even the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who has run both extensively, they like that two-stroke package a little better.
Well, neither one of those drivers has as much experience with the four-stroke as Dylan. So he's got a different comfort level than they do. But, it depends on the course. Some guys like the lightweight agility of the two-stroke. Some of the guys like the brute force of the Apex. So
that's a great way to describe the difference. One is just brute force, raw power. The other one's very nimble, very agile, very quick.
And it takes two different setups. It takes two different kind of props, and it takes different driving styles.
Yeah, I mean,
so you're not driving them the same. You have to drive them because the power curves are in different areas. So that's why it takes a little bit to get used to the four-stroke package versus the two-stroke package.
Yeah, and Dylan Anderson, probably only one other driver has more experience than him in the four-stroke. That's going to be the 01 of Dustin Terry. As we got the hot laps in, we're going to get them lined up on the start podium for our 17 minutes plus 2 laps. Main event here in the Formula One class. Who will be the 2026 winner here on the Red River Rumble on the shores of the Red River? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got them lined up there. The hot laps are ready to go, and we're getting them lined up on the start pontoon. The first one to go to the dock will be the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as he's your pole sitter for the main event here in Formula One. Will he be able to hang on to that top spot, get the clean water down in turn number 4 on the opening half lap? And once we cross that start-finish line, can he run it all the way to the checkered flag? From there, it's the 8 of Jeremiah. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 24 of Spencer Love, the 29 of Jared Jensen, the 52 of Chris Rinker, all very much have an opportunity to call themselves champion here on the Red River Rumble in 2026. Boy, that top 5, it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out final here in Formula One, Tim.
No, it's setting up to be a great final. Look, we have a ton of race speed that is similar by the top 5, so let's see what it brings.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be right back as we get them lined up with a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Red River Rumble.
Get in on the action all weekend long at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, your official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Just minutes away, keep the excitement going with live entertainment every Friday and Saturday night with great dining options and non-stop casino gaming. When the races wrap up, the party's just getting started. Sam's Town Hotel and Casino, official casino and hotel partner of the 2026 Red River Rumble. Stay, play, celebrate the Rumble, only at Sam's Town Hotel and Casino.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Get Get ready, Alton. The IHRA F1 Powerboat Series is back. July 17th through 19th at Riverfront Park. Experience the 3rd annual Alton Powerboat Nationals. It's 3 days of high-speed action on the Mississippi featuring Formula One boats. Enjoy music, great food, and family fun for everyone. Get your tickets and full details now at IHRA.com. Brought to you by Simmons Hanley Conroy Law Firm, the City of Alton, Great Rivers and Roots Tourism Bureau, and Enjoy Illinois. We'll see you at the races.
The 2026 Red River Rumble, brought to you locally by Raisin Canes, One Love, the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, fueling the fun. Visit Shreveport-Bossier, 2 cities, 1 heart. The Red River Waterway Commission, fostering economic growth and recreational development. Samstown Hotel and Casino Shreveport, come home to Samstown. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. All right, race fans, welcome back. You can see there we've got them all lined up. Final boat making its way to the start pontoon. Final couple of boats here, and they are lined up, and we are just moments away from starting the Formula One final here at the 2026 Red River Rumble. What an unbelievable weekend it's been. Some of the best Memorial Day weekend weather I think I have ever seen in a very long time. It's been beautiful all weekend long. Coming into the week, it said it was going to rain all weekend long. Boy, I guess here in Louisiana, it's very similar to how we look at weather in Minnesota. Give it 15 minutes. It'll change. And thankfully, it held off here. Boy, Tim, I mean, who would have thought Memorial Day weekend just off the Gulf Coast in Louisiana where it's hot and humid was so beautiful. Oh, no, it looks like Dustin Terry is back at the crane. What's going on with that one boat? Did they maybe miss a bit of the repair they needed? He's hopping off the boat back onto the dock. Oh, no. You know, sometimes you try to lay out a contingency plan and hopefully it works. Maybe it didn't here for the driver from Houma, Louisiana, Tim.
Well, all you can do is try. You know, he's putting the effort in, try and make it happen. Something obviously didn't work out. We hate that for him, but we got everybody else lined up, and unfortunately, it's time to race Formula Ones on the Red River.
Yeah, and he's going to be on the outside, sitting on the dock, watching it, cheering on his outlaw teammates as he's got a couple of them out there. Notably, the birthday boy there, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. How cool would it be to win a boat race on your birthday? Not a talk about a birthday present to yourself. I know, hasn't he done it here before?
He has.
Was that our first running of the Red River Rumble? He came here and won it on his birthday. Boy, this guy just loves giving himself birthday presents, or at least the opportunity at one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the 1-minute gun here, we're about to crown a champion in Formula One here at the Red River Rumble.
Nicest conditions of the weekend right now today.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 1-minute drivers, 1 minute. On the pole, it's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Can he power that 4-stroke to the clean water on the opening lap and ride it all the way to victory? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 24 of Spencer Love? Nobody's better at getting off the start dock than him. Can he do it again like he did in Port Neches? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the birthday boy, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? Can he come off the dock like a rocket all the way to victory here in Shreveport-Bossier? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then you've got the 52 of Chris Rinker, and don't forget about the 29 of Jared Jensen. He's had the best start all weekend. Can he repeat that here in the final? 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. Let's crown a champion in Formula One. Oh, no, we got a couple of jumpers. That's the Rinker and Jensen. Now, I don't know. How does that work? If one goes and somebody follows, is it just the first boat that has to go to the back of the dock? How does that work, Tim?
Well, they've got a choice. If they jump, they've got a choice of taking a 1-lap penalty or going to the back of the dock. Because what you can't do is you can't start the race with them in front of everybody and impede somebody else's starting.
That sounds like an unfair advantage.
It is, but unfortunate for those guys, they're going to have to go to the back.
Oh, no, it looks like we had actually 3 boats because the 71 of Jimmy Kerr as well is away from the start pontoon along with the 29 of Jensen and the 52 of Rinker. And that just goes to show you how fine that ragged line is. They had those fingers on the toggle switches ready to fire him, and they just accidentally fired him a millisecond too early, trying to find an advantage over the rest of those drivers, especially with the likes of Anderson and Love, who get such good jumps off the dock so far this weekend.
The concentration level is so high when you're down to the 20 seconds and you're waiting for any portion of that flag to move. Sometimes a wave comes through and makes you hit the button. It's not even really your fault because you're trying to bend that toggle switch down so that way it's as fast as possible to hit the start button.
It's a risk you take. Yeah, and it looks like both of them were deemed to have jumped. It wasn't just one and then somebody followed. So it looks like both the 29 of Jensen and the 52 of Rink are going back to the end of the dock. That's got to be devastating for both of those drivers, as the points are so close here. You can't afford to give up an inch, let alone a handful of positions on the start pontoon.
That's a very difficult position to be in, but what they got to do is they got to collect themselves. They've got a full final, so they've got to just calm down and get the job done.
I can imagine this is where your radio man can be very crucial into getting a driver recentered after something like this happens. I mean, how important is your main radio person for all these drivers in the Formula One class?
Huge, not only for information where everybody else is at, but also to keep you in the correct mindset.
Were you a talker on the radio or a minimal communication? Because I've heard there's really two kind of theories out there. Some guys like to talk a lot to their radio guy. Other guys are like, just give me the basic information I need and let me do my job.
I like the basic information.
Right on. Just let me know where some of the guys are that I'm coming up on and where they're at, and let me do my thing. Totally understandable.
Well, you're in there concentrating, so you don't want to, you don't necessarily want to hear somebody in your ear all the time.
That's totally fair. And then some other guys, they love having the ear because it's almost like a calming effect that it has on them, and that having that conversation kind of normalizes the insanity that is the inside of the cockpit of a Formula One tunnel boat.
Well, if my crew talked too much to me, sometimes I'd unplug the radio and then plug it back in at the end of the race.
Well, hey, you got to do what's best for you, and sometimes you just got to take measures into your own hands.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, looks like we've got him lined back up. And oddly enough, it looks like maybe either the 71 jumped as well, or he's chosen to go to the back of the dock, because I know he's been struggling. You see there on the far left, that's the 71 of Jimmy Kerr, left of the 29 of Jensen and the 52 of Rinker. But boy, hey, how about this? Jeff Reno now up in fourth. If he can hang on there, he's going to get that top five he was looking for. That's solid performance for the man out of Okeechobee, Florida, running that silver and red number 34 machine. All right, we're getting our rescue teams back in position. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Here we go again. Who's going to win the Formula One final here at the Red River Rumble? The man on the pole, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's got the best opportunity as it sits now. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. But he looks to his right, and there is the dock start specialist, the 24 of Spencer Love, right there. Can he do what he does best and come out in front early? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. The birthday boy, Jeremiah Mayo, up in third. Then the 34 of Jeff Reno now moving into fourth position off the start pontoon. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 98 of the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 98 of Aiden Benton, and the rest of the field. Let's crown a champion here in Formula One at the Red River Rumble. 20 seconds, drivers are under starters orders. He drops the flag real quick there. Oh no, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo doesn't fire.
Oh.
Mayo doesn't fire.
Spencer gets a good launch, and so does Dylan.
Boy, yeah, Dylan knew he had to nail the start because he knew Spencer was going to nail it, and they both go down into turn one. Boy, Dylan goes wide, and Spencer's got to go way wide to the outside, stay off his outside hit. Oh, no, looks like that was the 13 of Grant Schubert almost collided with the 34 of Jeff Reno. But, boy, look at the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen. They are screaming up the outside because they know they got to make up a lot of ground and make it up quick.
They do. Look at Grant Schubert up to third place.
In a brand new boat to him, that Ray Bob's 4-stroke APX on the back. Who knows, we might see the 13 of Grant Schubert in an APX after this weekend if he can hang on to the podium.
Even though he had to change starting positions because of the jump, Chris Rinker, number 52, yellow boat, he's up in the fourth.
And the 29 of Jensen right behind him in fifth.
Yeah.
So they did what was necessary after the mistake to correct it, at least give themselves an opportunity to fight for a podium spot here at the Red River Rumble.
Turns 1 and 2 is going to roughen up. So Jared and Chris, like really keeping it tight there. So we'll see how that plays out as this water roughens up a little bit.
Yeah, and with the 17 Anderson liking those wide lines, that might be exactly what the doctor ordered for him, is roughening up those turns 1 and 2, because he's got a rearview mirror full of that all-white 24 Clover construction machine as they're running 1-2 just like they started. With the 13 at Grant Schubert moving up from 5th all the way to 3rd after the 8 at Jeremiah Mayo, uncharacteristically not firing on the opening drop of the flag. That was so surprising. But if anybody can drive it with the amount of aggression necessary to come back and fight a podium spot after not firing off the dock, it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
Yeah, he's an aggressive driver. When the water gets rough, that doesn't phase him going through the corners, so he can keep his corner speed up.
Yeah, especially since he's also very comfortable running wide and tight lines.
Chris Rinker overturns it in turn 2, allows Jared Jensen to get right up on his outside.
And Jared's probably going to need another 1 or 2 of those little bobbles if he wants to get an opportunity to pass him. But boy, the 17 of Dylan Anderson's got this thing cruising right now. There's Rinker, takes a very wide line and squares it off coming out of turn number 4. I think he did that to try to douse down the 29 of Jensen and scrub up his wide line. As we can see, that gap has now grown again between the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen. See if he can get through this turn clean. A little bit cleaner there that time for the 52 of Rinker.
Definitely cleaner. So right now we kind of got some guys spread out. Grant is doing a good job. He's not got a lot of pressure on him, so he can go where he needs to go. And that will allow him to put Chris where he needs Chris to be.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to be curious is once we get later stage of this race and things potentially start to tighten up, how will the lack of experience in the 4-stroke for the 13 at Grant Schubert come into play as Rinker and Jensen potentially catch up? Look, here's Jeremiah Mayo right there all over the number 29 of Jared Jensen.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. Guess what? At the beginning of the race, sometimes you don't see the number 8 of Jeremiah. Guess what? By the end of the race, he's in the hunt.
Yeah, he always seems to find a way to be there.
Oh gosh, I saw him jump out of the water down there and right by a buoy, so he's on it.
The 17 of Dylan Anderson now making his way down the back straightaway. He was able to get by the 99 of Travis Yates. He didn't fire off the start pontoon. Eventually got it going, but boy, the struggles continue in that new to him boat, that DAC for the 99 of Travis Yates. He's just trying to get through the weekend and collect some points.
He is. We got the wind picking up a little bit, and I think that would be an advantage for Spencer over Dylan. Because
why is that?
Dylan's got the 4-stroke boat with a real wide tunnel. So when the wind comes up, and especially if it's a crosswind, that could play havoc on him. Spencer's driving the old, his old Hoffman 2-stroke boat. He's very aware of how it handles. He's got a ton of time in it. So we'll see how it plays out.
To see how these conditions change throughout this 17 minutes plus 2 laps main event here in Formula One. We got 12 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Dylan Anderson is your leader. Spencer Love, 4.9 seconds behind him. And then the 13 of Grant Schubert, 10 seconds off the pace. 6 seconds out of second, but Chris Rinker right behind him and on his hip. This is where the lack of experience might come back to bite the 13 of Grant Schubert in that 4-stroke boat, because like you said earlier, it's a completely different animal, completely different driving style.
Level.
Yeah, and then the confidence was so little seat time in the 4-stroke. It's going to be interesting to see can he hold off.
Grant jammed it in there right then and stayed on course. Chris had to go to the outside, on the outside of Travis Yates. So that was a good move by Grant.
Yeah, Travis backs off.
And here comes Jared up the inside.
Just trying to stay out of the way. And that's exactly what Jensen wanted, and Mayo, because they're following each other down that tight line around the course. But boy, good job by Chris Rinker. Great, he had to change his approach coming out of turn number 4, but he stayed calm. And you know what? It allowed him to not make any mistakes, and he was able to keep up with the 13 of Schubert and stay a good amount ahead of the 52 of Rinker and the 29 of Jensen and the 8 of Mayo.
So right now, Dylan Anderson in the Anderson Marine boat, number 17, he's got it on cruise control.
At a different level right now.
He's got enough of a cushion where he doesn't have to hurry up. He doesn't have to make any decisions that's got to be done right now. He can take his time going through the field, and that puts him in a lot better position. Spencer, he's got to do whatever he can to apply pressure to Dylan.
Yeah, boy, that battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth is crazy right now between the 52 of Rinker, the 29 of Jensen, and the 8 of Mayo. And I got to say, I'm pretty impressed so far with the 13 of Grant Schubert. You know, most guys would jump into a boat with very limited experience in that motor package. You'd expect him to be a lot more tentative, but I guess knowing the 13 of Grant Schubert like we do, I guess we shouldn't be that surprised.
No, he's a talented young driver, and that's why he's won championships in other classes. So we're seeing him develop as a Formula One driver over the past couple seasons, and he's really making headway.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, some of the driving I'm seeing out of him this year, I never saw at any of the races in 2025, and that's what you expect, right? You want to see that natural progression over time, getting more comfortable in the varying different situations that they're going to see out on the race course. And this is one of those ones that, you know, he maybe hasn't seen before, but he's relying on some of that experience in other classes and the amount of time he's been racing powerboats to lean on that right now and try to hang on to that third spot in the podium. I know he would be tickled pink if he could bring some hardware back to Richmond.
Oh, he'd be happy. You know, think back last year to Windsor, Colorado. Him and Chris Rinker had an epic battle all race long. And I believe Grant ended up on the podium at that race.
And he held off Rinker for, I think, almost the entirety. And I mean, we're talking like a half a second was the gap at most, the entire 17 minutes plus 2 laps.
That's right. Well, Grant, you know, the longer this goes, Grant should get more comfortable in it and having the confidence to put that thing in the corner.
Yeah, as long as the wind doesn't pick up as that number 13 Ray Bob's machine gets lighter with its lower fuel load, it should be something that he can hopefully handle. But again, the variables change lap after lap here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
The course changes, the wind changes, everything. But Spencer is still pushing it. You see him standing on its tail coming out of the corners. He's not giving up. He's trying to run down, but you know what? Dylan Anderson just has a little too much for everybody today.
You know, sometimes you get into a race weekend and when you look back on it, you realize, like, man, every aspect this weekend was just dialed.
Why can't it always be like that?
Right?
You know, how did I get it so good this weekend?
And then amazingly, you don't touch anything for the next race, and you go out and testing at the next race site, and all that stuff you had vanished into thin air, and you're like, where did it go?
That's right. So he just, you know, the most important thing for Dylan right now, just keep clicking your laps off. Don't worry about what's going on anywhere. Just click off laps. Yeah, make consistency.
Do your thing. Imagine you're out there just like testing. You're running your laps. You're just trying to get around the race course the safest, best way possible. Because I think his lead's so big now, he could probably sacrifice a little top-end speed, a lap speed around the course, if it means being smart and safe. Because boy, he's got, you know, almost a complete straightaway lead over the 24 of Spencer Love.
Well, it's not so much that you're going to give up your top speed. That's not it. What you're going to watch him do is he starts setting the boat down early now. So that way he doesn't take a chance of disrupting it in the corner.
Skipping out or anything like that.
So he will set the boat early and maybe not quite as hard on the gas. So he'll scrub off some speed when he sets it down. Watch him right now. He's already setting the boat down. So that way he can keep it on lane one.
But he's still got a little bobbly. That's how rough it is down there. He bobbled at the apex between 1 and 2, despite the fact that he was trying to run in there real calm and easy. But that just speaks to how rough the south end of the course is getting here on the Red River.
Chris Rinker coming through 1 and 2. Jared Jensen right behind him with Jeremiah all over Jensen.
Boy, those three have not, those gaps have been so tight for the last numerous laps. I think it's going to be this way all the way to the checkered flag, Tim.
Oh, I think it will. I think it will. If Chris Rinker can get up there with Grant, it may change the dynamics of it, because as soon as he does, that's going to open the door for Jensen.
And it's interesting to see the 52 of Rinker choosing to go deep into one, high one-pin apex in the middle of the turns, whereas Jensen's going squared off pin to pin, short way around the course. Neither of them necessarily seems to be helping the other one. The gap's not growing, the gap's not closing. So you got to imagine here probably in the next lap or two, somebody's going to have to try to change their attack in the corners to try to see if they can't make up some ground and put themselves maybe in a bit more of a risky situation.
Well, Jared's moved to the outside, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to set himself up for turns 1 and 2 to duck underneath and go up the inside. And right there, that helps.
It seems very similar to what Mendana was doing with Schmierbach in the Formula Lights final, going wide, flat, hard to the pin in 1 and 2, and then knowing he's going to have to cross the wake, but getting across it as quickly as possible and back out to the clean water.
Well, on the Formula One boats, they got to try and keep them hooked up in the corners, because if they don't, that's if they lose 2 seconds right there, that kills them.
Oh yeah, game over.
Yeah.
Your hopes of passing one of your competitors get dashed real quickly in the corners in the Formula One class, especially down there on the south end of the course, where that definitely seems to be the trickier of the 2 sets of corners. Did I see no top lid on the 34 of Jeff Reno? What happened to the top of the cowling on the 34 of Jeff Reno? Did he have to take that off of him?
It's gone.
Haven't seen that in a while.
I don't know where it came off on the course. Now, I've been watching the Rinker-Jensen battle, and I didn't see where it came off, but it's definitely gone.
Well, that's unfortunate for the driver from Okeechobee, Florida, as he's going to have to deal with that after he gets done with the final. Well, hey, maybe he'll enjoy a little cool water, dousing him down and cooling him off inside the cockpit here as the temperatures are probably in the low to mid 80s. Beautiful, but definitely gets hot inside that all-black carbon cockpit on these Formula Ones, doesn't it, Tim?
It sure does. Looks like Grant Schubert may be making a little headway on Spencer, but not much.
And Rinker can't make up a speck of ground on the 13 of Schubert. I am quite impressed with the young driver from Richmond, considering he had to completely change his mindset and only had 1 qualifying heat to find any level of comfort in that brand new to him 4-stroke boat that he's never run before.
Well, it's working for him right now.
Yeah, it is. This Chris Rinker just does not have an answer for him. But he also doesn't have an answer for Spencer Love, as he hasn't been able to make up any ground on him either.
Now, you see all of them trying different lines. Chris Rinker, that lap, running in lane 1 all the way around.
Boy, and how about this? As fast as our top 5 especially are, the 17 of Dylan Anderson is now on the same back straightaway as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. The boat sitting in 6th position right now. Wow. That just goes to show you the different level that Dylan Anderson is on. When you have the ability to potentially, by the end of the race, lap one of the top 5 boats, you know you nailed the setup on the weekend.
Now, that leg is just looking perfect today. He's got that Hoffman Mercury 4-stroke Apex powered Anderson Marine number 17 on rails.
As now we're going to go back to that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's the 13 of Schubert. He gets by the 34 of Jeff Reno. The 29 of Anderson, the 29 of Jensen staying with the 52 of Rinker, but look, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo falling off the pace a little bit here in the later stages of this race. I don't know if he just had something happen. I know they had to do a little bit of repair to the front left pickle fork on that number 8. Is there a split in that seam? Is there a little bit of water getting in? Is it causing his boat to be heavier? Because it's not normal to see the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo fall back in the later stages of a race.
Well, he could have just got held up by some lappers. You know, like that right there. If he skipped out in the corner on exiting 4, then that could make the difference.
Yeah, it can. And we got
Jensen
2 minutes.
right on Rinker.
2 minutes, 20 seconds, plus 1 lap left. I think that's going to be the battle for the rest of the race here. Can Rinker hold off Jensen, or will Jensen be able to nip him here in these last couple of minutes in this Formula One final here at the Red River Rumble? Boy, look at Grant just flying that thing. I mean, it just astonishes me how hard he's pushing that boat, considering it's so new to him. If it were me, I'd be like, hey, man, I don't want to end up on my head. I'm going to cost myself a lot of points, so maybe I'm more comfortable with a 4th, 5th, or 6th finish, but at least I finished. Grant seems like, nah, man, I don't care. I'm going for a podium, period.
Travis Yates having problems having to pull off the course.
Oh, that's frustrating. It's been a rough weekend and a rough 2026 for the 9098s.
We still got the battle brewing, and it's going on all race long. The number 52 of Chris Rinker and the number 29 of Jared Jensen.
Yeah, and what surprises me is Rinker's starting down the front stretch out in lane 3, and he's staying there. I had expected him to kind of scrub across the 29 of Jensen, but he's just staying out there in the lane 2, except for when he exits turn 2. That's the only time he's going to the pin on the course. It must seem that that's where he knows Jensen can make up ground, so he's negating his ability to do that in that one corner.
I think he's just trying to make up some time. You know, Chris is in the rocking chair, so right now he's focused on Grant Schubert ahead of him, but he can't let number 29, Jared Jensen, get too close behind him.
And he bobbled it a little bit there in the apex between 1 and 2, but Jensen followed suit as it got a little wobbly coming out of turn number 2. That might have been an opportunity there, but lost, and he's got to regroup. Does the 29 of Jensen here with just 31 seconds plus 1 lap here in the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series Round 3 Formula 1 Final here at the Red River Rumble. As we see our leader come on down on a turn 4. Now there's the white flag is out. White flag is out for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's on that final lap. And it looks like, barring an absolute catastrophe, he's going to finally get back to a place where he's accustomed to from 2025, and that's in the top spot with a checkered flag in hand here at the Red River Rumble as he goes down the back straightaway, cruising down into turn number 4. I'd imagine nice, easy turn here into turn 3. No big deal.
Stays off the buoys. You know, he ran this package at Bradenton the first race of the year, and he struggled. Today, looks like the class of the field by far.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, your Formula 1 champion here at the 2026 Red River Rumble out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Low Car Performance, Anderson Marine, number 17, Dylan Anderson. Finishing in second, the 24 of Spencer Love. And how about that? The 13 of Grant Schubert in a brand new boat to him after his primary boat gets damaged with the new motor package on the back. He pulls off the victory, and just like we talked about with parity, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, the parity is here. It's the best competition in the world in powerboat racing, and what a fantastic run it was here in the Formula 1 class, Tim, to put a bow on the 2026 Red River Rumble.
Wow, what a great finish to a fantastic weekend.
Absolutely. Totally changes, you the last couple of years, weather, rain, super hot, right? Things that you expect to deal with in Louisiana. It's just the way of the world, but what a difference this year. What a beautiful setup. The weather, the sun, the temperatures, the water, everything was so on point for a fantastic weekend of racing. And Dylan Anderson was like, hey, man, you give me some water like that, no problem. I'll take that thing wire to wire, and that's exactly what he did.
Well, it's congratulations to the whole Anderson family and team. They work extremely hard on it, and it shows.
Yeah, it does. And considering coming up next, we have our tightest turn on the season, June 5th through 7th. We're going to Marble Falls. That's just in a couple of weeks. Got to feel good to be the one who had everything dialed when you have that short turn like we do here coming up for round 4.
Yeah, and Dylan won that race last year.
Yeah, he did.
So he's very familiar with it. He's very familiar with his equipment, and he is on point right now.
Yeah, he is. It's checkered flag in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Your winner here at the 2026 Red River Rumble in the Formula 1 class, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson, getting it done here in 2026. And I believe, this was the only race that he didn't win in 2025, I believe, correct?
I don't believe so.
Well, we don't need to talk about Port Neches last year. Yeah. We all know what happened there. But
let's concentrate on today. He's the champion today, and that's the most important thing. This is going to shuffle the points around.
Yeah, it will.
So he is building himself in the overall points, and he just made some headway today. And I think that even though Spencer was in second, it works good for him on the points. He still has a little bit more lead now.
Yeah, he does. And he came in 5th in points. He beat Jeremiah Nail, he beat Chris Rinker, and he beat Jared Jensen.
But how many points was he behind them?
Well, we'll take a look at that. Total points. All right, we take a look at the full field results here. Unofficially, 17 of Dylan Anderson taking the win. Spencer Love, boy, didn't have an answer, but hey, when you're the points leader and somebody tells you, hey, no matter what, you're taking second this weekend as the points leader, you're like, okay, I can live with that. I'm here to win a season championship.
He's going for the championship.
I'll take that in round 3.
Grant Schubert, fantastic result for the outlaw driver.
Especially in that 4-stroke Ray Bob's backup boat. So yeah, the 17 of Dylan Anderson comes in for 440 points coming in this weekend, 65 points off the lead. So definitely made up some ground.
So Chris Rinker and Jared Jensen both starting at the back, had a good run, got into 4th, 5th place.
And Jeremiah Mayo, after an uncharacteristic non-fire off the start pontoon, has to settle for 6th. That's got to be a little bit frustrating for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, in that Ray Bob sponsored entry.
Unpredictable.
It very much is. All right, a recap here. Well, there you see the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Him and the 99/8 get left on the start dock. Boy, the 24 of Love and the 17 of Anderson got a good start, and I can imagine Spencer Love's like, the only thing I can't have happen is have Dylan get as good a start as I'm going to get, because he knew he was going to get one, and Anderson nailed it just like Spencer Love did.
He did. Got off the beach and set sail from there. My grandpa always used to say, get out front and improve your position. That's what Dylan did today.
Yes, he absolutely did. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo battled valiantly to get back through half the field to get up into that 6th position, but ultimately as we wound through the race, he just didn't have an answer for the likes of Rinker, Jensen, and Schubert, who finished ahead of him. And there's that battle that we watched all race long. The 29 of Jensen did not have an answer for the 52 of Chris Rinker. Played a great game of cat and mouse. And then there was that guy, the 24 Spencer Love. He couldn't catch the 17 of Anderson, but boy, he sure pulled away from those other guys on the podium.
Spencer's looking at the overall picture, which is a championship. And that's exactly how he drove this weekend. After Port Neches, he said he wants to stay in his lane. He wants to make sure that he does the things that he knows how to do well.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer Love is the epitome of, hey, it doesn't have to be sexy. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to be in your face. But if I'm always there,
get the job done.
And I'll get a chance at the end of the season, and all these drivers can ask is having an opportunity when we head to Miami in October for a chance to seal up a title and call themselves the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series champion. And, he's done it before in 2022, so he knows what it takes. And I think this is a showcase of him understanding what it takes, because he didn't take too many risks trying to catch a guy who clearly was in a class of his own this weekend.
Dylan had the package. He really did. And we had some fierce competition in all the classes this weekend. We had 2 first-time winners.
Which is awesome.
Out of the 4 classes.
Gotta love that.
So I just got to thank all of our partners from the Red River Rumble, the Sports Commission, the cities, Bossier and Shreveport, Red River Waterway Commission, tourism.
Absolutely. Caddo Parish, Samstown Casino, everybody here. Boy, we had more sponsors this year coming on board. This event continues to grow year after year here in this fantastic community in Northwest Louisiana, and we're looking forward to hopefully many more years to come.
And it was great doing the Friday night meet and greet with the Mudbug Madness Festival. It's the first time that we have done that with them, and it was fantastic.
Absolutely, and hopefully just more integration, continuing to level up this event that is an unbelievable showcase of what fantastic things there are to do here in the greater Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana metro. And we're so excited to be here for year 3. And boy, what a great bow to put on the weekend. Beautiful weather, some great champions that ran hard, some unbelievable competition. And from here, we now head on to Marble Falls.
That's right. We go back to Texas. We'll be in Marble Falls in a couple weeks, so we're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. But we're going to send things down to the hot pits as Bonnie Jill is with our winner from the Formula One race, the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Dylan Anderson, our F1 winner. First of all, how does it feel and how satisfying is it that you put together a win like that?
I could sit here and talk for 5 minutes and it won't explain it, right? I mean, it's just unbelievable to be able to do this with the people you love. I'm just happy to be here.
What do you think was the biggest factor, Dylan? Was it the speed? Was it strategy, or just keeping a clean race today?
You know, I mean, you just got to be kind of consistent. You might not get the greatest starts, you might not get the greatest finishes throughout the heat races or qualifying, but you've always got a chance. Just got to kind of keep your head in there and keep fighting and keep, you know, if not for your crew keeping the boat ready to go, you're just doing half of it. I mean, there's another half going on in the pits all the time.
More importantly, who's getting the tab tonight?
Well, I guess we're going to Margaritaville or one of the casinos across the river, or maybe even one of them on this side, or I don't know, we might make a trip to all of them around here, see what happens. And,
you deserve it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go enjoy that.
Thank you.
Guys.
Oh, thanks, Bonnie Jill. Boy, what a fantastic run there for the 17 Anderson.
Well, I'll tell you where we're all going to go, and his dad, Ray, is going to pick up the tab. We're going to Sam's Town.
There we go. Yeah, a sponsor here at the 2026 Red River Rumble.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Ray. We appreciate it, buddy. Just make sure that credit card just stays on file, and we'll just go back up to the bar when we want to.
Yeah, no problem.
But, man, you know, and I love, you know, you see some emotion there from the 17 to Dylan Anderson, because he pours his heart and soul into this. He gave it every ounce. You know, it may have looked like it was easy for him because he got out on a big lead, but boy, the physical toll running 17 minutes plus one lap out here on the Red River takes on the body physically, on the brain mentally, is a lot more than people realize. And so I love to see how emotional the 17 of Dylan Anderson gets, because it shows you how much he cares and how important it is for him and his team, especially with what he's experienced the last couple of years. Boy, this could be the year potentially for the 17 of Anderson if he can keep clipping like he did out here on the Red River.
That's right, and it also is the respect he has for his peers. So it means a lot to be able to beat those guys because they're so good.
Yeah, absolutely. It is not an easy thing to win an IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series race. But the man outside, on top of the series standings after a solid second place finish, Spencer Love. He's with Bonnie Jill.
Spencer Love, we meet again. Take me through that race right now.
Well, a couple guys started early, so I don't know, our fuel pump. We'd start our fuel pumps up before the flag drops, and it started. So by doing that, it created it starting up a little rich for me. So it didn't quite fire perfect, but I don't know. Got to give it to Dylan and Anderson Marine guys. They did a great job. Give it to my crew for helping me out all weekend and putting my daughter on the water, because we had nothing but problems with her. So I don't know. Starting the season off with a first and a second. I don't know. I can't remember where we finished in Florida, but wasn't as good as the last two races. So I don't know. We're happy. Pretty sure we're doing decent in the points, and I don't know. We're in a good spot.
Spencer, I saw you talk with Dylan. What did you guys say to each other?
We just kind of grabbed each other's butts a little bit and said there's a bunch of races left this year and plenty of races to win. And I don't know. We're pretty good friends. We'll have a few drinks, if not a lot of drinks, together tonight. That's usually what we do on Sundays when we're out here at the races. So
maybe the tab's on you then tonight.
Yeah. No, usually we just drink in the pits because we're all busy loading up, and we make fun of each other because, I don't know, he's got a trailer with 2 boats and I got 2 trailers with 4 or 5 boats, and see who can load up first, and it's kind of a competition and kind of watch each other and screw with each other. I don't know. There's a lot of good people here. We all have fun together. I mean, we all want to win, but I'm happy to see him win. He's had a little bit of rough luck too, and I don't know. We've had a couple rough seasons. I mean, for us to be where we're at this season and, I don't know, leading the points and getting a couple podium finishes, I mean, we're kind of back where we were 3 years ago, and it's not easy. All these kids are getting, I don't know, they're all young and I'm getting older, so there's 3 of us out there that are on the older side and everybody else is young, and it shows. So
well, you're so young at Harvard. Last, I got to ask, the performance between you and your family, what can you say about the Love family and your crew?
Family, Monica, I mean, her parents are here this weekend watching the 4-year-old. I mean, we all do it. I don't know, if it wasn't for them, we spend too much. So, I mean, we all spend time in the garage together, working on boats, working on stuff, traveling. I mean, we all love each other a lot, and we all hate each other a lot at moments, too.
All right, that was the 24 of Spencer Love, and I think he speaks a lot of truth. It's a big family. You know, every driver out here doesn't want to beat a guy because he's on the beach. They all hated to see Dustin Terry not out there, but they'll also tip the cap when they get beat on the water, and shows what the consummate pro the 24 of Spencer Love is, Tim.
No, in the last couple of years, as Spencer said, we're getting back to a point where we were 3 years ago. Man, he was the champion. Mm-hmm. But the one thing I'm going to say is he's put so much effort into the kids program that his F1 program suffered a little bit. Well, now he's kind of got that stabilized, and you can see his Formula One program coming back. You can see his enthusiasm, so it's good to see.
Yeah, and it had to be tough to make those decisions, but as a father myself, you do anything for your kids, and you know what? He probably thought he was going to be able to do both just as well, but at the end of the day, he was okay, I think, sacrificing a little bit in the short term, because in the long term, boy, they're going to be a dominant force in multiple classes here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We're going to send things down. Bonnie Jills with Grant Schubert, third-place finisher.
Grant Schubert, third-place finish. Now, you overcame a lot of issues this weekend. How does it feel to get a finish like this and to hit the podium?
Oh, man, it's very relieving. If you would have told me Saturday after the first heat I was going to get a trophy, wouldn't have believed you at all. So this is a good turnout for us, and I'm happy we held it all together and was able to finish.
When you came off the water, what was going through your mind?
Honestly, I was just kind of shocked. Like, I wasn't expecting to come out of the first turn in third. I was like, man, I'm just going to go out here, laps, get some good points. I'm not in my regular boat. I'm just going to do that. And I was like, man, I'm in third. I got to start driving again. And the rest is history.
Well, I can tell you have fun out there, and I can tell you have a really good relationship with your crew and your family. And I saw you talking to them over there. What were your last words?
One of our good buddies, Captain Mark, the boat didn't say it at the race because we broke the last one, but I want to let him know. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us, and I appreciate it.
We're glad to see you out here.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys?
Thanks, Bonnie Jill. That Schubert kid's getting better and better at these interviews, and you just got to tell him, hey, more podiums you get, the more opportunities you're going to have to get on the podium there. I'm talking with his dad, John Schubert. Boy, that's a proud dad right there.
Oh, heck yeah.
He's got both of his sons running here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Jack didn't necessarily have the best weekend, but boy, Grant really put a nice little bow on it for the Outlaw F1 team with a solid podium finish in Formula One. All right, well, it was a fantastic weekend, Tim. Beautiful weather, unbelievable competition. What a great round 3 it was here on the 2026 schedule.
Fantastic. The Red River was absolutely beautiful this weekend. The weather came around, did what we needed it to do. We had a great crowd. So thank you, Shreveport-Bossier, so much, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely. From here, we head back across the border, just about 4.5 hours west to Marble Falls, just outside the Austin, Texas metro in the hill country of Texas for round number 4, June 5th through 7th. It's going to be another knockdown drag-out weekend here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series as we head on to Marble Falls. The round 3 is in the books. The points are going to be tabulated. We'll see what's going to happen as we continue to roll through the 2026 season. Always a pleasure, Tim.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. That's going to do it for us here in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. God bless, be safe, and we'll see you in Marble Falls.